Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
call to order, and we'll have roll call.
Trustee Wood,
Here.
trustee Tarpley. Here. Trustee Henderson.
Here.
Trustee Brady.
Here.
Trustee Pinkerton. Here. Student trustee Lee. Not here.
I think she'll be here. Maybe she's just late.
Oh, I see her now. Student trustee Lee.
Present.
Superintendent President Walden.
Here.
All right, with that, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. You're already standing. You want to lead us, Bridge?
Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and then public comment. Do we have any public comments this evening for?
It's just the announcement.
Oh, just the announcement,
procedural to
okay.
announce, yeah.
And items deleted or corrected from the agenda? Are
Yes.
there any? Okay, Dr. Walden, go ahead.
So just under the president's report, I want to move items 4.4 and 4.5 to the top of that report. And then after 4.5, we will do 4.1 through 4.3. And then the COVID update, et cetera. That's all.
I think that's, so nothing deleted, you just want to move.
Yeah, it says corrected, so
All right,
got it there wrong.
it's in the president's report, so I'll just leave you to call it in whatever order you want. And item 1.6, newly tenured faculty celebration. I think an appropriate welcome would be to move this to the very bottom of the agenda and wait for those folks to the end of the meeting for us to say congratulations, yeah? No?
They're all online waiting for you now.
They're waiting.
And I think we have a slide to show, right? And I'm going to turn this to our Vice President of Instruction, who's going to introduce these folks one by one.
Do we need to back up maybe?
Invocation.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh.
there's no placeholder on the agenda for it tonight, so
Sorry.
we need to back up to the invocation. Wasn't your fault, Dan, it was my fault. So are we having two pastors then? I have a list of two here.
No,
There are two that were scheduled, but Pastor Gwen may be teaching a class. So she's going to try to get out concurrently with Pastor Arnold. So
All right.
only Pastor Arnold knows, or Pastor Gwen, or both of them. I think I know Pastor Arnold's probably on the line.
All right, well, I think if we say Pastor Tackett, considering that's both their last names, we'll have it covered. Are they up, Tim?
yes, I'm here.
Oh, there's one.
We found one.
Tim needs a remote for that.
I know, Tim needs a remote. Hold on, Pastor.
Okay.
Can't see it, but Tim has to walk all the way around to push a button to make you appear on the screen. He's getting in his steps tonight. All right, you're up.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the governing board and for the privilege of being able to pray over this meeting, and to thank all of you for your work. And we have a number of students from our congregation that attends VVC. And so thankful for all of you and for all of the work and for what you provide for the community. So let's bow our heads to pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this evening. We thank you for the presence of your Holy Spirit. And Lord, I pray over this meeting, Father, that you are going to give wisdom well beyond their own. Father, I pray, Lord, that every decision they make, Father, would be led by your Spirit, Father, for the very well-being of every person involved. Lord, I pray, Father, for covering over them in each and every decision. Bless their meeting tonight, we pray, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Bless you.
Thank you very much.
So.
All right, now we're moving on to 1.6.
So normally we would have wanted to ask the board to come a half hour early, and we'd have had some cake, and we would have had all the tenured faculty, the ones that you just granted tenure to last month, which takes effect in August. But of course, because of the COVID environment, we weren't able to do that. So in all of your desks, there's this beautiful set of presentation that Gabby put together, and I want to commend her.
Yay.
For just doing such a fantastic job. Also, all of them were given a plaque, something like the one I'm holding here. This is not that plaque, this is something else, but it was something like that, in which they've all received that or should have by now through mail. And so at this time, I'll turn it over to our vice president to introduce them one by one, and they're just going to make a brief comment, and that's it. So Dr. Scott. Todd, are you there? He looks muted. Hello?
Oh, we see you.
Todd, we see you. We cannot hear you.
Okay, there we go. Me and the host were having trouble playing tic-tac-toe about who was going to unmute me or not. So, but such a great night to have our newly tenured faculty, and I'll be introducing them by alphabetical order, of course, because they're all very important to us and to the college and to our students. And so when I introduce you, just introduce yourself to the board, maybe say a few words. I'm sure a lot of board members know you already, but it's nice for the audience to get to know you a little bit. And I see he dressed for the occasion. So Tyler Bush, I'd like to welcome Tyler.
And we'd like each one to tell what they teach too.
Oh yeah, sorry. Tyler is from restaurant management.
Oh, we all know Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
Gain
Look
weight
like
every time that guy walks in the room.
How's it going, everybody?
What's up?
How's everybody doing tonight?
We're good.
Freddie, I wish I was there cooking for you, but
We do too.
Yeah, we do too.
they didn't allow me to do that. I tried. I would have been there. I'm mask and all. It didn't bother me none. I just want to say thank you to everybody who helped me in this process over the last 4 years. It's been, pretty strenuous, pretty gnarly, but a lot of support, a lot of good people backing me, my family, lots of people who are on this Zoom meeting right now. And I just want to say thank you to everybody, and I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing what else we could build together.
Hey, Tyler, before you get off, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, boss man?
A couple of months ago, we met with Barstow at Barstow Community College, met with their board of trustees, and they brought a meal. When the decision was made on who we went with first, we decided to go out there because we had a secret weapon with you. So tonight I'm going to be asking for it to be agendized, that hopefully in the next 2 months we have that meeting here, and we're bringing our secret weapon in, Tyler, to show the people in Barstow how we do things first.
Hey, you let me know. We're always down for a throwdown. We don't back down over here in restaurant management. So we're down to put up our food up against anybody.
Tyler, we know if you're in the game, it's not a throwdown,
Yeah.
bro. It's a beat down.
Hey, we just try to do our best with the students we got, and luckily our students are super dedicated, and the staff we have are super dedicated. So it makes our job pretty easy.
You're our ringer.
I'll throw them.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Todd's giving the cut sign to somebody. I don't know who. Uh-oh, you're muted.
All right, there we go. I guess I'll just leave myself unmuted. not allowing me to unmute myself. So next, from the geography department. Oh, by the way, I want to just, if your board didn't see it, Tyler's wearing an excellent fur coat this evening. But from the geography department, Brian DiPartolo. Brian.
Evening, everybody. Thanks so much for honoring all of us tonight. It's been a long process, and I want to thank everyone on my committee and Jackie, of course. Jackie has been pushing hard to make sure I'm done in time. I've worked with so many great people, and some of them are here. And it's a big different process than where I was before, and it's really great to be honored and to have all the support that I did have. I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to years and years and years of working with so many of y'all.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Next is from the English department, Jamie Fisher.
That's me. Okay. Yeah, no, I teach English, and I'm really excited for this. It's been a long time. I was in the adjunct pool for several years, and I was telling my daughter right before this, I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I was telling her that I almost forgot my own celebration because that's how little I get to think about myself right now. But one thing I'm just really happy about being here, being at VVC, is that I feel like it's been such a supportive environment for me to find my own voice, and to really get to empower other people to find their voices. So yeah, that's one of the things I'm most excited about.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. From the paralegal, Lynn Gluckstein.
Where you at, Lynn?
There I am.
There you are.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? I'm thrilled to be here. I've been around the college for a really long time, and so this is a thrill for me to make tenure. Didn't know if I was going to make it to the next year a couple of years ago, but here I am. I'm still up above ground and breathing. So, everybody's helped me through this process. That there's too many people to thank individually, but I'm going to try. I would like to thank the Academy for, no, just teasing. Trish knows that she's, been very supportive from the get-go while I was an adjunct. Jackie helped me. Debbie Blanchard helped me with curriculum because I'm constantly working on curriculum. And I know that there's so many people that I haven't, that I'm not going to mention because I'm not going to suck up everybody's time. One thing, Brandon, you'll be happy to know that Chapman College is the newest university that is participating in the Pathway to Law School program. So now we have 10 schools. The two most current were Pepperdine and Chapman. So they're all in good company. So we can direct our students to those 10 universities for their transfer degrees. And then whether or not they go to law school, that's up to them. But we give them that assistance to get into a transfer program a little more easily than they would have without this program. So I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you all so very much. Thank you for all the support, and good night. No, just teasing.
Lynn, if you have any students that are interested in Chapman or they want to know anything, you can always give them my number.
Yeah, I pass your number out.
Perfect.
Just teasing.
Yeah, no, you can for sure. Always
I do. Yeah, send me some cards, Brandon.
I'll do that.
All right. Say hi to Kathleen.
I will.
Hello, everybody else on the board.
Congratulations, Lynn.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. And from Allied Health Nursing, Tiana Gray. She's not in a nursing uniform right now, which is really strange.
Hello, I'm Tiana. And well, first of all, I just want to say I love VVC. My husband and each of my 4 kids and myself all started off our educational journey at VVC. And with my full-time position here, I started first with the nursing department with just different processes and sections of nursing. And now I have a full load in allied health. And well, I'm experienced as a registered nurse for over 30 years, so I know that, but teaching was a new challenge. So I have many family members that are educators, so that's been helpful. But as a new instructor transitioning from my field experience into learning experiences in the classroom for the students that are aspiring themselves to become medical professionals. So as we say in the Aspen conference, our goal is student success and is to provide a caring campus, which I think we do a very good job at doing. But not only are we caring campus for the students, I think I have witnessed a great caring campus for each other. So I'm just very glad to be part of our Victor Valley College. I'm honored to be part of this wonderful caring campus, and thank you for my plaque.
There's the plaque. All right, congratulations.
And from biology, Christy Howard.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I will say after reading the email, I realized I had 1 minute, and those of you who know me know I can talk for far longer than that. But I wanted to focus on one word as I think about my tenure process, and that word is flexible. I have learned myself to be far more flexible than I thought I could be. I felt I had this perfect box and, you know, all this rigor and framework for my classes. And I realized on or at campus and face-to-face classes, when I look at the faces of my students, they're not often the faces that I see in the mirror. We are very lucky to have such a diverse campus. And when we're on campus, I think that decorated campus of the diversity that we have is very important. And I've learned through this process that I have to be flexible so that I can teach all students, hopefully to the best of my ability, to accommodate each and every one of them. So as the faces of our students change, I need to change too and be more flexible. And also as the face of our world and face of teaching changes, I have to be flexible, as we all know with COVID. So that has been a super huge challenge for me. I'm not very techie. And so I have had a lot of issues with that, but I'm learning, and I'm sure once I get the hang of it, we'll be back to face-to-face. And so I'm hoping I can then incorporate that into my face-to-face classes as well and use technology there. And also I realize that, looks like I'm almost out of time, but with that flexibility is also accepting that I'll be a lifelong student myself, learning from my tenure committee, Dr. Harvey, Dr. Jalota, and Dr. Kaiser, part-time faculty and staff. So with that, I'll end with a thank you. Thank you for letting me be part of the VVC family.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Our other Christy Myers from EMS is teaching right now. So of course, students are of the utmost importance here. So next I want to introduce from chemistry, Alex Negrete.
Yeah, hopefully everybody can hear me. I just want to, I'm just really honored that you guys could recognize us and our achievements and what we've, done over the course of our tenure to get to this point. And as an alum of VVC, this is where I started, and this is the community that I now, as an instructor, I now have an opportunity to now give back, to inspire, to motivate students that may feel, that maybe this isn't the right spot. Maybe they're uncomfortable. Maybe they believe they're too old. It's too difficult. Because I definitely wasn't 18 when I started college. I was 35 when I began, and I am now here, an instructor, a product of VVC. So I'm glad I have that opportunity to share that with my students, to motivate them and keep them going. And, to be able to see that students come back to me, they visit me, they email me with their successes of, I'm going to med school, I'm now a nurse, I finished this program, and it's really wonderful just to see that. So thank you, VVC, for this start.
Congratulations.
And from philosophy, Daniel Vecchio.
Hello, and thank you. I want to thank the Board of Trustees and Dr. Walden, as well as everyone who served on my tenure committee, including Dean Ellerson, Dean Augustine, my chair, Dave Dupree, Andy Glebe, Lisa Ellis, and Patty Golder, and Judy Solis. I had some retire along the way, so it was a journey. And I'm from the East Coast. I'm from the Boston area. So moving out west, I followed my heart. I followed my wife out here. She's from California. And I wasn't really sure where I was headed, but I'm really happy to say I found my home here. And I'm really excited to continue to work with such great faculty and collaborate with them, and to work with such great students. So many have already made such an impact on me, and they're great. I'm just really excited to work with them. And I'm excited to hang this on my office wall when we finally return.
Hopefully soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Daniel. And then from music, Brigham Welch.
Hello, hello. I'd like to, thank the board for giving me this recognition, and for all of us to be here to get recognized for our achievements. I want to thank Trish Ellerson for her support during my adjunct days, and then, for the transition to be full-time. I'd like to also thank Jackie, also Karen Miskell, a lot of, on my tenure committee, and April, Frank, Ed. I love the tenure process. I love the part when we sit down to self-evaluate, to think and reflect about how we can grow. And I don't plan to stop that. I plan to continue to keep thinking about how I can improve, how to keep growing, how to, branch out and to connect, the music department with others. We had a great, successful time to connect with Jamie Fisher and Brittany Morgan with the OBOC, and had a fun time with that. I remember we collaborated with April Garcia and psychology, how meditation and music go hand in hand. So we're just excited to keep expanding, keep marketing, keep spreading the awareness of what music has to offer. And I personally look forward to get to know all of you better. I feel like, what Tiana said about how VVC is a caring campus. I feel that. I definitely want to, I feel like we're a family, and I look forward to just branching out, getting to know each and every one of you better, and to, just let you know that I'm here and want to be of service in any way possible, because I live and breathe music, and I definitely hope to see all of you at a concert sometime, because you'll see just the wonderful performing artwork of our students and our community. They really do a fantastic job, and I just look forward for everybody to partake of just that energy and enthusiasm that we have over in Building 20. So thank you.
If you can get approval for a concert, we'll be there.
I know. Well, obviously we'll have to wait for COVID friendly, but we're right now doing YouTube videos, so definitely be on the lookout for that.
Nice. Congratulations.
And finally, from Cooperative Education, Julia Wendt.
Hello. I won't take too long. I'm so incredibly grateful. I'd like to thank the board, President Walden, Dr. Scott, Jackie Augustine, Dr. Ellerson, the deans, my tenure committee, Dr. Young, and just, this is just a dream come true, honestly. If you asked me 10 years ago, or if you asked me when I got my doctorate, if I ever thought I'd be tenured faculty, I would be like, no, I don't believe in fairy tales like that. I mean, it's lovely you tell them, but I don't believe in that. And so tonight is like, what? When you guys, and when we got the plaque in the mail, that was really neat too. Okay, well, thank you very much. And I just really enjoy working with everyone at VVC.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So about, that's it, right, Todd? That's it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So one of the things that I absolutely hate the most about this COVID is this, well, the Zooms, but the inability to do this properly. Anybody who tunes into our meetings heard me bemoan and complain about our students getting ripped off for their graduation ceremonies, you know, not getting the proper graduation ceremony, and time again around this campus, things that should be celebrated properly are not happening. I mean, we're all at this point, I'm pretty sure every person has now had this affect a birthday or their loved ones' birthdays or grandkids' birthdays. And I feel like, again, unfortunately, tonight's another night where all you folks that are here for your tenure are getting ripped off of your proper celebration. So I did talk to Dan about this as we were leading into this meeting, and I definitely want to not forget. So if somebody, Michelle, you know, Michelle's the brains of this operation. So when I say I don't want to forget, what I mean is, Michelle, please remind me. We definitely want to have a proper celebration at some point in the future when that's possible. You guys are going to get a do-over, and we're going to do this the right way with everybody here in person and the proper recognition, proper celebration. So please look forward to that, or don't look forward to it. Maybe it'll suck coming and hanging out with us, but we would love to invite you to come and properly celebrate with us at some point in the future. And we don't want to forget about that. So if we can remember, and I did talk to Dr. Dan, and Dan's fully on board with that. I think he shares my sentiments that while we're all very happy for you, and we do have the warmest congratulations, that we all think that this is a little less than what it should be. It should be a little bigger deal. So look forward to that in the future. And we'll move on, unless, is there anything else on that topic? Dan?
I think,
Did you want to say anything?
I think before we move on, I want to congratulate those people. I mean, they all
For
had,
sure.
you know, a lot of work, but I'd also like to emphasize, and I talked to Dr. Dan about this, we had the last group that went through tenure, I believe when I was board president, they got shorted.
They did. And Dan and I talked about, we're going to have one big party for everybody.
Because I know one of the people there, and it was really important that I give them their recognition. And so, yeah, I will be sure that we don't forget that both these groups be recognized.
You guys are all getting a do-over.
Now, do we get Tyler to like step up his game for this?
Yeah, Tyler can't cater his own gig.
Well, yeah, he can. No,
he probably wants to,
No,
though.
he does.
I'll bet any money Tyler's
Tyler,
there
are
right
you
now
listening
watching
to
the
this?
video, and he's going, no, I'll do it.
No, he likes to do it off campus. Then.
No, we want to treat Tyler. We don't want to.
He's got a great team of people.
We don't want to have him work in his own event.
You know what the magic of a great leader is? When he's not there and his team steps up and they prepare what he would do. That's why we're at VVC. We train people to be great.
No,
so when somebody's not there, then we have a great product.
I have no doubt, having been to many events, that he was the backbone of that his team makes him look good. At the same time that he's out front leading them, they certainly help him get across the finish line. So did anybody else want to say anything?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, all you guys.
Congratulations.
All right, now we're down to 2.1, public comment related to non-agenda items. Any public comment for non-agenda? No. All right, and progress on board goals. Let's see, I'm pretty sure that I'm up tonight.
Trustees, what's your last name? Wood.
Me?
Henderson, and Tarpley.
All right.
What is your name again?
Right, you. Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Dennis, you want to go first, or Jen, you want to go first?
I'm ready.
Jen's ready. Of course, you're ready.
Get goal 5 here. It's on here somewhere. Where'd it go? Okay. Goal 5. Adopt and support the Caring Campus Initiative. Agenda item 4.5, presentation, It Takes a Village, Homeless and Housing Insecurity Pilot Program. The board will learn about new pilot program for homeless and housing insecure, and a program that supports the Caring Campus Initiative, CCAP agreements with local high schools, renewal July 1, 2021, June 30th, 2024. Agenda item, let's see, the CCAP agreements with our high school partners supports the Caring Campus Initiative in multiple ways. It allows high school students to earn college credits while in high school, take college classes conveniently at their high school with their friends taught by qualified instructors at their high schools, saving them money and developing a seamless transition from high school to college with credits that are transferable to colleges and universities. Agenda item 6.26, the Lewis Center for Educational Research, AAE, Memorandum of Understanding, CCAP Partnership Agreement Renewal. Agenda 12.2, Apple Valley Unified School District Memorandum of Understanding, CCAP Partnership Agreement Renewal. Agenda item 12.3, Apple Valley Unified School District Apple Valley Unified School District Memorandum of Understanding, CCAP Partnership Agreement Renewal. Let's see how many of these we got. Apple Valley, Apple Valley, Apple Valley, Apple Valley, and then more Apple Valley. Then we have, tonight we have, let's see. Is there another page here? Okay. Tonight we got, let's see, board goal 5 focuses on our support of Caring Campus Initiative. Everybody will hear a presentation tonight about a pilot program for the homeless and the housing insecure. The college is securing funding to support basic needs of our students, which supports being a caring campus. We also received a flyer tonight for an event that's going to be this Saturday from 11 to 1, where VVC students and their families can receive free food, clothing, and listen to music and receive raffle prizes. These types of events really show what a caring campus is. That's VVC.
Good?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Jen?
shut up, didn't I? I thought I did. I don't want to say too much.
Okay, I'll just go. I'm goal 2. That is adopt the new educational master plan and an enrollment management plan to address the issues of growth and guided pathways. And there is a president's leadership team, or rather a strategic enrollment management plan president's leadership team. They meet weekly and they go over implementation and task management. And then the academic senate is organizing a group for the Senate's portion per Henry Young. And then we do have 2 items on the agenda that align with these goals, and that is the presentation that we're going to receive. I hope that all of the board members looked it over. It's pretty impressive. And then we have an independent contractor agreement with Dr. Maria Anderson. So those are some of the things that are on the agenda.
All right, and then I'm up. So I have agenda item number 4, increase student access, success, and completion. We have quite a few items on the agenda tonight. number 4.4, 4.5, 6.11, 6.15, 6.22, and all the way down to the agreement with local high schools to renew the relationship with the local high schools to continue partnering with them to increase access to college courses. Also, item 12.8 with the strong workforce program. A lot of the things on the agenda tonight, well, all these things are exceptional things. The program, It Takes a Village, we're gonna have a presentation on that shortly. That's to assist students who are in need of a little extra help. The California Early Childhood Mentor Program. I think that kind of probably dates back to the program, the Cradle to College program. I'm sure Joe's familiar with that. That was our friend who started that, whose name is slipping my mind, here in San Bernardino County. The one thing though that I really like, I really love, I get a lot of good feedback about this in the community, is the relationship with the high schools. And so renewing our relationship with the Lewis Center, Apple Valley Unified, the print's really small, so if I miss one, don't kill me. Apple Valley Unified, and other various schools around the high desert, renewing those relationships and offering high school students that opportunity to get that head start in college, I think makes such a difference. I've always had a theory that the biggest holdback for people going to college is they didn't think they could do it. You know, they thought it would be too hard. They didn't think they were smart enough. They thought it would be too expensive. All things that aren't true. And so I think offering people the sample of college while they're still in high school breaks down those barriers, and breaking down those internal personal barriers is probably one of the hardest things to do for somebody when you've got somebody who, for whatever reason, believes that they can't do it. That's probably the hardest thing to combat. So getting into those high schools, having this available, you know, word spreads fast on a high school campus. So one kid signs up and does it and they're successful, they tell a lot of other kids. And so it's a lot easier with that condensed, confined population that's there at the high school to break down those barriers and to help those kids prove to themselves that they can do it. And so I think that's a huge step towards increasing the access and success. And without access and success, of course, you can't even have completion. So I think it goes a long way to goal number 4. I think we need to keep up these relationships and continue to figure out what we can do to even grow these relationships to bigger and better things. So that's kind of a little update on goal 4. More than a little update, it was certainly bigger than your update, I guess, right? Kind of went on and on there.
But not as big as Dennis's though.
Right, Dennis knocked it out of the park over there. You had the best
I wish
update.
they had these programs when I was in high school.
Right, I mean, when,
Because community college.
right, when I was in,
colleges back then.
when I was in high
graduate-
school, I didn't think I could go
I
to
didn't think I could
college.
make it, yeah.
You can essentially graduate high school with an associate's or 2 under your belt at this rate,
Right, it's,
depending on how motivated you are. It's pretty phenomenal.
right, I mean, talk about a head start and talk about helping kids to know that they're capable.
Mhm.
And I think that's the hardest thing for us as we all sit here on this campus. That's the hardest thing, to be able to reach out into the community and say to somebody, or to convince somebody. We can say it, but to convince them is a whole nother thing. To convince them, you can do this, you are capable, you can afford it, you can be successful, you can do it. That's the hardest thing. And but getting into the high schools with these programs is just excellent.
I wish I had a counselor like John.
Right? I know.
Yeah, who gave a damn.
Right. John is the number one cheerleader
Yeah, he is.
out there. He's killing it. So
He really is.
I'm happy with the progress on this goal. All right, Dan, it's your time to shine, buddy. We're on to item 4.
So I just want to say that I believe, this is just to go back on what you were just saying, this semester alone, even with all of COVID and remote learning and all that, Victor Valley College still has, I believe, around 225 dual enrolled classes happening in the hospitals. And I just think that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That our staff and
super
kudos to Chris Piercy and Todd and all you guys, and especially the instructors that make this happen in this very trying time. And to the students who still want to go to take a college class, a lot can be said about that. So going to the president's report, I asked that 4.4 be first. And so just to give you a little bit of background, when I first got here, I saw there was no strategic enrollment management plan. So I thought, seems like they would need one of those. And so I began to talk, and I found out the faculty of the college, this was what stood out more than anything. The faculty were saying, we want one. And every place I've ever been, we had to talk the faculty into it. But this group of faculty that we have here at Victor Valley College were the strongest voices, even more so than administration, on wanting an enrollment management plan. So we applied to be part of a statewide chancellor's office sponsored event where they were going to take 15 colleges in and let them be coached for an entire year on strategic enrollment management. Well, when I asked about that, I was told that VVC had applied the year before and was denied. So I got on the phone and I made a few phone calls, and I said, I really want you to pay attention to our application this year. And I worked with them. This happens to be one of my areas of expertise. And so I worked with the college. We got a good application in, and we were selected. And so a group of about 10 people that were put together from across the campus became the core team, and they attended in May, I believe it was end of May, early June of 2019, the first statewide event for the year in regard to SIM. And that team then went back 2 more times during the year. They did a midterm, and then the following June, they went back again. So it was a year long that they went to 3 different locations to be trained in strategic enrollment management and to do work on strategic enrollment management. Also, all during that year, every month, 2 coaches that were assigned from 2 other colleges in the state worked monthly with our team, and they would get on the phone and have phone calls, and they even came and actually visited the campus, I believe at least twice, if not 3 times, doing site visits. So that group of people is put together the idea of what an enrollment management plan would look like. When that 1-year process was over, Peter Rapumalo, our vice president at the time, took the leadership and worked with the various groups across campus to come up with a draft. The draft was submitted to me just prior to his leaving, and I believe in November of 2020. I then, because we had just passed the educational master plan, and I happened to know that one of the accreditation requirements is that you have to have integrated planning. When the accreditors do not like to come and see these siloed plans. They want things to be integrated, and it's part of the standards. So because that Marcy Drummond had helped us with our educational master plan, and you had seen her presentation for that, and you passed that then back in November, I believe, I asked her to take a look at this and to make sure it was an integrated plan. So she worked with Dr. Scott and with Jenny Moran on a regular basis to come up with a final document. This final document, which you have in front of you, then was vetted across the campus. The Senate went and they looked at it, and I don't know if they had any feedback, but I know that they were overwhelmingly in support of it. College Council voted on it just on the 3rd of this month and passed it by 100%. So this came from the governance process, and now I'm happy to sign off on it as one of our operational governance documents. And so with that, I'd like to ask Marcy, if you would, and Tim, can you switch her over? And so I don't think I have to introduce her. She just spoke to you a few months ago. And so we're excited to have her here tonight to just do a quick executive summary, Cliff's Notes presentation of the Strategic Enrollment Plan, otherwise known as the SIM.
Was that clear? Quick Cliff Notes
Yep.
summary.
That's my
You know,
kind of thing.
read my lips, right? Yeah, that was good.
Look at our beautiful ASB students.
Yeah, and no pressure on quick and note version. Can you hear me okay and see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, alrighty. So thank you, Dr. Walden. I just wanted to talk about some of the features of the plan, and you've seen it. It was really designed to be a living document, something that gets updated annually. In today's college environment, even before the transition to remote learning due to the pandemic, strategic enrollment management is sort of central to the work of the colleges, and so much is changing that it needs to be updated continuously. So what we didn't want to do is have a plan that is a longer term plan that sort of sits on the shelf that can't be adapted as conditions change. So we tried to lay out a very strategic 2-year roadmap, but also recognizing that it was going to be needed to be reviewed at least annually and updated to reflect what is going on at the college and in the context that it's operating with. The second thing is, Dr. Walden said, we really focused on trying to make sure that it both aligns with and integrates with the district goals that you just went through, all the work that's going on around the district goals, as well as the newly approved educational master plan. It also uses a national model as the framework that all the work is sort of organized within, which is the completion by design loss momentum framework. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But this is a completion model for community colleges, and it has a lot of research behind it that shows that this is a good approach to increasing student success and completion. And then, as I mentioned, it includes an initial 2-year roadmap that is tied to 4 specific phases of students. First, connection with the college, and then as they progress to completion of a certificate or a degree. Overall, the plan is trying to do several things. One is really focusing on being as optimizing the college campus resources as much as possible and increasing efficiency and how things are operated, particularly around how courses are scheduled. At the same time, trying to increase that efficiency, also increasing the outcomes around student retention, persistence, and completion. So one of the ways we're demonstrating the integration and connection with district goals as well as the EMP is we actually are tracking those activities and strategies that are directly linked to each goal, district goal. And you can see there that there's overall in the entire plan, there's 306 different strategies and activities. And there's the breakdown and how they're aligned with each of the goals, the district goals. Now these numbers, the district goal numbers will add up to more than 306. And that's because one activity could, also be about institutional learning and also about the student experience. So it's not a 1-for-1 for every activity. There's a direct 1-to-1 relationship with the district goals. So this is the framework in which the SEMP, the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan, is developed. It's similar to the Educational Master Plan. There is a overarching equity imperative that guides many of the practices and activities that are outlined in the plan. What you see in the middle is like a little, I don't know what that is, a directional arrow, and that represents the commitment to execution excellence. So there's a whole part of the plan that deals with trying to achieve excellence in strategic enrollment management. And then last but not least, as I mentioned, that the plan is structured with the completion by design framework, which is focused on 4 phases that students go through from when they initially connect with the college, including, you were talking a lot about the work that's being done in the high schools, that would go in the connection phase. And then once the student enters the college, what happens in that onboarding process as they're coming in and enrolling for the first time and in their first semester. Then what happens with strategic enrollment management to make sure that they're progressing. And then finally, it focuses on how do we get students across the finish line so that they're completing a credential. Again, equity mindedness is a core and central part of both the educational master plan and also the strategic enrollment management plan. So what you see here are 5 ways in which equity mindedness becomes a guiding paradigm for both of the plans. This is identical to the 5 equity mindedness activities that were in the educational master plan. And one way that this is reflected throughout the plan is you'll see this little symbol of these hands every time there's something that's specifically in the plan that addresses equity mindedness and achieving equitable outcomes and eradicating equity gaps. Remember in the overarching diagram, there was the directional arrows. And again, that reflected a specific focus on achieving excellence in strategic enrollment management. And the areas that are specifically addressed in this plan are related to strategy, leadership and governance, architecture and discipline, and the culture at VVC. And then within those 4 broad categories, there's specific strategies and activities within strategy that are really about how the college becomes much more strategic and student-centered. In leadership and governance, it's how does the college leadership and the committees and the governance structure support effective strategic enrollment management? How do we achieve transparency and accountability? Under architecture and discipline, there's strategies and activities around using data and analytics to drive decision-making, how best to use the college's resources and talent, and then how do we organize to support everything that's being implemented in the strategic enrollment management plan, including the development of a committee that would be working on strategic enrollment management continuously. And then last but not least, what are the values, mindsets, and behaviors that the college needs to exemplify to achieve excellence in strategic enrollment management? Every part of the plan has a roadmap, and within each roadmap, there's different goals and then different focus areas. And this is an example of the excellence roadmap. Overall, there's 26 strategies related to the pursuit of excellence that I just went through, and you can see the breakdown. So you'll see these little bubbles throughout the plan that actually break down each section of the plan and shows how many activities are focused on each of the different areas. The lost momentum framework. Basically, again, this is a national framework for community college completion and success. And I had mentioned it focuses on these 4 key phases of a student's progression. But what it really does is it identifies what are the loss points, where are students becoming disconnected, or where might we lose students, or where might we have problems making connection even to begin with. And then the idea is that you identify those loss points, and then you come up with alternative ways to actually create momentum to bridge the gaps for students. And it happens in these 4 phases. And that's how the plan, subsequent to talking about achieving excellence in strategic enrollment management, the remainder of the plan focuses on key strategies and activities to address typical loss points in each of these 4 phases. So in the connection stage, this is focusing on when students show their initial interest. And even before that, when they're in high school and they're, maybe they're not even thinking about college, or they're just beginning to think about college, it also covers that period as well. There is one goal related to this stage in the plan, and that's really to encourage prospective students to apply and complete their application, to set their goals and actually develop a plan immediately upon entering the college. It has 2 strategic focus areas, which is marketing and marketing, communication, and outreach and recruitment. The entry section of the strategic enrollment management plan is really focused on, once students have enrolled at VVC, how do we get them succeeding in those first sort of introductory courses that they're taking that oftentimes serve as the gatekeeper courses, because these are courses that have either low retention rates or low completion rates, and or are critical to achieving the certificate and the degree, which in that case would be math and English. The strategic focus areas in the entry phase are marketing, communication. How do we make sure that students are matriculating, which means they're progressing. So for example, students, one of the things that's covered under matriculation is students who may start off as a non-credit student and then moving into credit programs, and how we ensure that they succeed through that conversion process. There's also another 2 more innovation or strategic focus areas, which are around innovation and the guided pathways work. In the 3rd stage, which is to get students to complete at least 75% of their program requirements. And one of the ways that this is, achieved is through really the plan, strategic focus areas in the progress stage. So you'll notice that marketing communication is a common theme that's throughout the plan, and it's here as well. We're doing another strategic focus areas around, the curriculum and streamlining the curriculum and the programmatic offerings, student learning, student retention and success, providing sufficient support for online students, student wellness, and a big component of this stage is how do VVC strategically schedule. And that, again, that goes back to, the focus on being both efficient and effective at the same time. So how do we build a schedule that maximizes the use of resources and directs that towards ensuring that students are making progress and complete? We identified some initial potential data elements around that. And, that will be the work of immediately following, since this plan is being adopted. And then the last phase is completion. And this is how we get students over the finish line, so they're actually completing the certificate and degree. But also as they're transitioning to another higher education institution, for those that are going to go on and get a 4-year degree, or into the world of work. Again, you'll see marketing communication as a strategic focus area, support services as students are transitioning, and then continued connections with alumni. So that is I forgot what you called it, the abridged or the Reader's Digest version of the plan, or the Cliff Notes version of the plan. So at this point, I'd open it up for questions and comments and anything else.
Sharon, any questions?
No, this is the #1 way we show we love our students doing this. Absolutely.
Dennis, any questions? I like it. Jen?
Nope.
Joe? When Dan was talking about the plan being integrated, Marcy was talking about it. No company in this planet that's successful doesn't have an integrated plan. So you take the educational master plan and this plan and you integrate it. I mean, it's real simple. As you go through the charts, did a great job on going through the charts. I actually found the charts fascinating because there's a checkbox that somebody has to actually do something. As I was flipping through there, you know, I find in the real world, people want accountability. And I think this helps the college, but also helps that educational master plan. I thought it was very, very, very well done. I'll say one thing that it did bring to mind. I think Dan had just started here and I was coming through that beautiful town of Blythe, California here back on, I looked it up, it was February 27, 2019. There was a big billboard, bigger than you could see. And I know people don't necessarily like my billboard ideas, but billboards seem to work pretty well. And it was put out by Palo Verde College and it just said enroll now. And it really kind of caught my attention. It might be something that, you know, colleges across the country are all experiencing the same problem with COVID. So we almost have to start over. So congratulations on a great plan on the integration with that and the educational master plan. And Dr. Walden, I can see why you have such a high amount of confidence with your team in doing this. I thought they did a great job.
And just to that comment about the sign. So you mentioned, Joe, and thank you for picking up on it. The implementation matrix, it's part of the plan, how that certain activities are to happen. So we have already, as cabinet, we've already met with, I forget how many, it's a whole several marketing firms and things. And so we're going to be bringing to you for your approval and as soon as the contracts can get written with two different companies. One, Interact, is going to be our sort of immediate go-to social media people that are going to totally absorb the atmosphere in the high desert with Victor Valley College, just saturated in social media. And it's their specialty. We've looked at their outcomes. We've checked them out. We compared them with a lot of other companies. The other group that's going to come in, and they don't want me to share this part, but if I were to tell you what they do in real life, you would be impressed that we even have that connection. But just through serendipity and some relationships in the past, we're able to employ a group that is doing a DBA with us with Elder Tree. Privately, I don't mind sharing with you. You'll be impressed, I'll tell you that. They will be the long-term. They're going to be the long-term plan. They're going to be doing stuff like Joe just talked about. You're going to see over the next 3 years, they have a year 1 plan, a year 2, and a year 3. Victor Valley College is going to be looking totally different for this high desert, and how we see ourselves and how this area sees us. And no one's not going to know the message. And it follows all 4 of the completion by design things that Marcy covered. So that's in the plan in the sense of the broad strokes. The details of marketing are not in the plan specifically. So just want you to know that's coming. Did Marcy go away?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, they took your picture off. Anyway, that was just a comment, Brandon.
I did want to mention, though, you did mention something called the implementation matrix that you actually don't see in the plan, but this plan has been immediately put into a planning grid so that the implementation can be charted, assignments can be made around who's responsible for what, and tracking the outcomes. So that's already been done as well.
Cool.
Great job.
I'm just all about outcomes. Plans don't mean anything if they aren't producing. Yeah. And if people aren't actually taking things out of there and putting it to work, I think we gave our president's leadership team this last Monday a little shock treatment. Marcy and Anthony Ross that are working with her, that's teaching our folks, taking them through the Leadership Academy. that they actually had to do some real work this week in coming up with a connection from using the educational master plan and how that's going to work in their work, in their real world. And I looked at them on the screen because we were all in COVID. I wish we were in a room. And I said, I see your faces. It's looking like, what? When am I supposed to get this done? And I told them, I said, whatever you have going, something has to move. This is more important. And so that was the homework that Marcy and Tony gave them for this coming weekend. Michelle and I have teamed up, and Marcy, we're doing our homework. So you're going to see what we've done next Monday.
That's great.
Got the best teammate, Dan.
He's got the brains.
Yep, of the operation.
I just want to chip in and say I completely agree with Sharon. You know, that when you look at businesses out there, service provider businesses, I think everybody's familiar with businesses that react to and cater to what their customers want. And so if in a particular community or particular area, or even nationwide or globally, if customers want things, they want certain things, and they want those certain things delivered in a particular way, the companies that change the way that they do business to deliver the products and services in the way that their clientele and their customers want, those places do very well. Then you have businesses out there who take hey, this is who we are, this is what we provide, we don't really care what you want, take it or leave it, kind of an attitude, and those businesses tend to not do so well. So I think that this plan is clearly a demonstration of how much the students mean. The students are our customers. The students are the most important thing going on here. Oh, my time's up. Sir. That's it. Tim gave me the time. The students are the most important, and to undergo any exercise where the campus is saying, hey, what do the students want? What do the students need? When do we need to make ourselves available for the students? And what do we have to have available at what times to meet the students' desires and needs, is being a customer service first agency. And so I think it is a clear demonstration that we care very much about our students. And it's also certainly signals that we're looking to be a customer service first. I don't know if we'll get in trouble for it, but you know, everybody's familiar with Nordstrom's and the reputation that Nordstrom's has. They're a customer service first business, and you know, you don't leave Nordstrom's let down or not happy. You know, they do what it takes. Disneyland.
Until you get the bill.
Disney, you know, make until you get the bill, right? Yeah. But you know, customer service first. And so it's good that we're kicking it into high gear in that department. I think it certainly supports the caring campus role and puts our money where our mouth is. So great work. Dan, back to you, whichever way you want to go on your agenda.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a short presentation from our It Takes a Village Homeless and Housing Insecurity Pilot Program. And just, you know, I know there's two different of our trustees stated on their goals that this was part of their goals. So I'm going to turn this over to April Allen. And April, if you would take it away. Is she able to unmute? April, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I couldn't unmute myself. So good evening, everyone. Board of Trustees, Dr. Walden, thank you so much for allowing us to present. I am Amber Allen, Director of Special Grant Programs. I currently oversee our Next Step program for current and former foster youth, as well as our homeless and housing insecurity pilot program, which we call It Takes a Village. So if we can go to the first slide, I think this is kind of in the middle. Perfect. Okay, so this is our sort of logo for the program. So, you know, we stand by the motto, it takes a village. And so as you can see here, these are our critical partners that are at the table. So obviously, you know, representing the college, Searchlight Society. Daniel, you want to introduce yourself real quick, if you can?
Hi, everyone. I was able to, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Herrera. I'm the Director of Operations for Searchlight Society. And it's just been an absolute pleasure to be working with Amber, working with Victor Valley College to serve all the students and participants that we're getting in this program right now.
All right, so we have about six partners at the table, as you can see. A couple of them are community agencies. We have IEHP, Simba Center, which are providing some of the medical component to this. And we'll go into more detail. But on the VVC side, we also have the foundation. So that includes the foundation who have been instrumental in getting this program off the ground, helping us connecting resources to students. So shout out to the foundation for their help and support. Next slide, please. All right, so kind of overview of the grant. So this is a grant. It's a homeless and housing insecurity pilot program. $9 million were allocated in the 1920 state budget. 14 community colleges did receive this funding, anywhere between $500,000 to $700,000 every year for 3 years. And so there had to be community need in order to receive this funding, which obviously we do. We have a high rate of homelessness in our area. So it's enabled us to get the maximum amount, which is $700,000 for a total of $2.1 million for 3 years. So we are in the middle of year 2. And the purpose of the funding is basically to help students who need housing assistance, who are facing some kind of housing insecurity. That could be rapid rehousing if they are street level homeless. That can be giving them additional resources to remain where they are so they don't become homeless as they attend college. So that is the, a main qualification for this program is that they have to be attending college and enrolled in courses. Next slide, please. So as we were developing the program, we were thinking about what are some things that are important to us, important to sort of Daniel and I in the infancy stages of building this program. And we really wanted to empower students. Oftentimes students are coming to us who've been disempowered, who don't feel like they have any control over their circumstances. So we really wanted to make them feel like we're here to help them, not to just give them a handout. It's basically a hand up, not a handout. And so we're combining, the education piece as well as the basic need piece into one. And it's a great marriage if we're able to do that. And thank God we have the funding to do that. But we're trying to teach them, more than just here's a place to live, but let's help you get your education. Let's get you on your feet. And so you'll see as we go into the presentation more that we are providing the wraparound services. And it is student-centered. So it is based off each individual student's need. So we're not creating some cookie cutter approach. It's as students come to us, we serve them where they are. And so if they need assistance with finding a job, if they aren't taking advantage of CalFresh benefits, if they don't have medical insurance, we're connecting them to all of those resources while we're providing housing for them and making sure they're continuing on their path to success at VVC. And so, oftentimes a lot of these programs tend to be very one size fits all. And, we've decided early on that that's not the route we wanted to go. We really wanted to tailor it for each student because, as you know, students may fall into homelessness for a variety of reasons. And so creating a cookie cutter approach is not going to best serve our students that are coming to us. So it is adaptable. So as we're developing plans, Daniel will talk about it in a little while, each student will have an individual plan. Those plans are adaptable. So once they talk to a student and develop a plan, that plan is a living document. So we can go back to it, make adjustments to it so we can best meet the needs of students. And the end goal of this is to help them create a place called home. All of us after a hard day, we come home, we just want to relax and take a deep breath. And oftentimes these students don't have that opportunity to do that. So not only is it a place to lay their head, but we want them to feel like they can truly relax and feel comfortable and feel empowered. Next slide, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Amber. So this is where I'll take over. So just briefly discuss about the program itself. So referral and intake process. So we start it off by getting referrals from Victor Valley College. So this is faculty, staff. This is every single person who's on campus. They have access to submit this referral. And pretty much it just asks some basic information to find out who is a student and how can we help them. After that, it goes through our whole entire college process on the college's side, where it goes to financial aid. Financial aid does their intake to deem them homeless on the financial aid side. And then on the actual program side, we start our intake process where Searchlight steps in. So we have a very comprehensive intake process. And this is where we look at multiple domains. So this includes housing, medical, substance use, transportation, employment, even family dynamics, also utilizing psychosocial approaches. So right now we're really, at least in the social work field, they're really emphasizing strength-based questionnaires as well as methods. So we are utilizing a strength-based approach, and it seems to be working. It's working, and it's helping the students further in their education and personal life plans. So after that intake process, we end up developing an individual program plan. So this is where myself, as well as another one of our team members, who's a social worker, actually sits together and develops a plan based off all the students' answers. So when Amber mentioned it's not a cookie cutter approach, it's an individualized plan, that's something that's reflected into how we develop it's called their IPP, how we develop their IPP. So it's similar to like an education plan, but it goes through all those multiple domains to ensure how can we help them better, how can we empower them. So it's really, it's developed through the process of individualized needs determination. So it's not me telling them what they need to do, it's them telling us what they need help with. Next slide, please. Thank you. Briefly into our housing process. So after that intake process, we kind of look at them both ways. So we say, is there emergency placement? Do you need emergency placement, or can we kind of hold off in the current situation you're in? So we place them in the pending placement. So we have that determination based off one of our case managers who is conducting the intake. And for emergency placement, it's mainly for students who are actually experiencing street level homelessness right then and there. So we have come in contact with students who are experiencing street level homelessness, basically meaning they're out on the street, they're living in their car, they are getting kicked out today. We are able to provide a rapid rehousing for them, which is with one of the partnered hotels right here in the high desert. So what we do is we place a student in the hotel, we have a case manager connect with them, and then we start the process of helping them get to the next steps. Now, for our students who may be facing eviction, maybe getting kicked out this week or at the end of the month, we try to find out, is there a way to keep them in their housing? If there's no way to keep them into their housing and they're going to be kicked out or evicted, then what we do is we place them in the pending placement. So this is how we can also be fiscally responsible, because what we want to do is, just because you're going to lose your housing at the end of the month, we're not going to rapidly rehouse you. You're able to stay there. If your situation changes and for some reason you're getting kicked out sooner than anticipated, then that day we're able to provide that emergency placement. But overall, we want to make sure that, again, we are utilizing our resources responsibly, but in addition to that, we want to sit there and ensure that we're able to provide these services in an expedited way. So after finding out what type of placement they have, now we're working towards that, either an apartment housing or shared living situation. So this is where we'll look at multiple housing models, because we've noticed that a lot of students have their own needs. Some are closer to graduating, some are just entering college. So each student has their own unique makeup and their own unique sets of needs and strengths. And we want to ensure that we're placing them in appropriate housing that can complement their needs, but that can sit there and support their deficits in terms of their own social needs. So we really look at multiple areas here to ensure that we're giving students the best possible outcomes to independence. And then the ultimate goal is to get them into their own independent housing, where we sit there and transition them to be on their own. Next slide, please. So our current data, as of January 4th, that is our start date for this program, we currently have 43 referrals. So that's 43 students that we're working with. We have been able to provide 93% of the referrals services to our referrals. So we were at 100%. However, we received referrals for 3 students, for 3 individuals who are actually not enrolled in courses. So that does not allow them. We cannot utilize the grant funding for that. However, it doesn't mean we're not trying to assist them to get enrolled into the college, connect to some courses, and then in the future, we'd be able to provide services to them. But as of right now, we have participant demographics. So we have youth. We're serving a little bit over 50% of our participants are youth. So that's ages 18 through 25. And the rest are adults. In addition to that, we have former foster youth who are making up 20% of our participant population. So that's quite a bit to see for foster youth, because we generally believe that, they would get better outcomes, but it's just not, the data is not showing that. In addition to that, we just started receiving referrals for veterans. So we have 4 identified military veterans who are experiencing some type of housing insecurity and or homelessness. So again, these are different makeup, different demographics. When we anticipated this program, we didn't sit there and say we were going to get this diverse. But again, community college is extremely diverse. So it's not surprising that we're seeing so many individuals needing assistance, especially due to COVID right now. Next slide, please. So the last thing I really want to talk about in terms of what we're also identifying. So there are identified traumas. So other than experiencing housing insecurity and or homelessness, which is a trauma in of itself, we're also seeing that a lot of our students are experiencing intimate partner violence. They have experienced some form of physical, emotional, mental, and or sexual abuse. In addition to that, our students who are in foster care, who were former foster youth, they're aging out of that foster care system. So we're noticing that right when their birthday hits to age them out, the family no longer receives funding for them. So now they're out getting kicked out by that foster family. And then on top of that, there's a lot of family dynamics that are just unsafe. And we don't, some of the critiques of our program we wanted to ensure was we didn't want someone just to say, oh, I'm unsafe to get funding. We actually, since we're using a mental health approach and we're training our case managers in social work standards and ethics, we wanted to make sure that we dive deeper into that. So we have them explain what is unsafe housing. And every single time someone states unsafe housing, we're seeing there's a correlation between the statement unsafe housing and some type of physical, emotional, mental, and sexual abuse happening. So this isn't someone just trying to beat the system, get some money. These are actual individuals and students who are experiencing some forms of trauma, and a lot of them are experiencing multiple different traumas all at once. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we have identified some program challenges. This is a newer program, and so we're getting it off the ground. But with that, it seems like Daniel and I are doing a lot, and there's a lot of needs, which some anticipated, some unanticipated, and so in terms of the student side, just direct services for students, food. So typically, along with experiencing some kind of housing insecurity, there's a food insecurity as well. And so we are connecting them to resources through IEHP. I just got a connection through United Way to have food delivered directly to them, but this continues to be an ongoing need. Clothing. So with this program, I've been able to connect with a lot of community agencies, which is why we're putting on the event this Saturday from 11 to 1 to give away food and clothing for anybody that needs it. Transportation. Although some of them do have bus passes, sometimes if they're far away, it could take them a couple of hours to get anywhere. And so really trying to mitigate that issue if they need to get, take care of getting important documents. We're finding a lot of the students that are coming our way, for some reason, whether it's a foster mom kept their documents, but they don't have them. So we have to help them get birth certificates and social security cards and IDs and things like that. Childcare. We had a student that fled from a domestic violence situation, has hardly anything with her, and now has the children full-time with no support. And so helping to connect those kind of students to the resources. Furniture. So, it's great we can provide housing for students, but we can't move them into an empty apartment or an empty house. And so trying to find furniture, trying to, and then trying to figure out where we're going to put it. I would wait for a house, where do we put furniture? So for example, right now there's furniture in my office. I dedicated my bedroom set when I got I've donated, I'm sorry. So my bedroom set is in our office waiting to put it into a house. And so, you know, it's not just, you know, okay, it's great, we can get them up, we can pay for their rent, but they don't have anything but clothes maybe. And so we're trying to build homes. And so to build a home, we have to, you know, put things in it that they're going to need. And then on the program support side, you know, housing inventory. I think, you know, due to the coronavirus, the eviction orders have kind of been, you know, there's basically, you can't evict people and people can sort of forego their mortgage. And so that enables people to stay put, which is a great thing, but it also makes it tough for us to find inventory. And so we're struggling to find homes to rent because either people want to run the prices up and take advantage of the situation, or there's nothing there. We really want to get students in more stable environments. And then, you know, home goods in general for the house, pots and pans, silverware, plates, anything that you need to put into a home. You don't realize all those things that you need until you're starting from nothing. And so we really want to help these students out. And then, you know, furniture overall. And then volunteers. So we stand by our motto of it takes a village. And as we're moving and getting more referrals, we need help. And I have learned over time that there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And so we need, you know, people to come to the table ready to work. And it can be something as simple as greeting a student that's coming into the program, meeting them at the hotel with a hygiene kit and just saying, welcome to VVC, welcome to our program, we're here to support you. Or moving students into the home. You know, we do that. Daniel himself has gone to pick up students who were about to be street level homeless and move them into the hotel. And we've all assisted with those kinds of things, but we're trying to build our village. And so that's important for us to build a community around these students so they have the support that they need and truly be a caring campus. And then group activities. So as we continue to grow our program, we want the students to have activities where they can build community amongst each other and support each other. We have a couple of single moms in our program. So we don't turn away people who have families. So we are, you know, supporting single moms and single parents. And so we want to build workshops around empowering them and giving them a voice and to helping them to find their independence. Next slide, please. I'd have to hit it one more time. There we go.
Perfect. So as everyone can see, we're really pushing this program off the ground. We started at the very bottom. We're reaching the stars here because we know that the students at Victor Valley College deserve nothing but the best. And it's reflective in the campus with the Caring Campus initiative and we just believe that everything's pairing so well because Amber, she doesn't give enough kudos to herself, but she advocates a lot for these students and advocates extremely for the college and for the program. So that being said, we didn't want to end this program, and after the 3 years, we didn't want to sit here and just have nothing. We wanted to think into the future and see what can we do to make It Takes a Village out longer. What can we do to sit there and create as a sustainable program, something that can make an impact and can set the precedent for other community colleges, even for other service providers who are providing services to individuals experiencing homelessness. So then now it's where we're looking now into our tiny home program. So we are looking at, we're in the very conceptualization phase. So we don't have too much information on it at this moment, but we do know that we want to sit here and create an extension of the program where we can start doing tiny home housing, where we can house students experiencing homelessness. We're, again, just talking through it, trying to figure out how this program would work, how it would sit there and tie in. But we want to look into the future, and this is something that is looking extremely bright and extremely something a lot of different parties are interested in, at least on the nonprofit side. So again, I would love to give you a whole hour-long presentation on this, but we don't have too much right now to provide. But we are just super excited to sit here and think into the future for Victor Valley College.
Next slide.
Go ahead and click, yes, sorry.
All right, perfect. So we try to be brief and concise. Sorry if we talked fast, but here's our contact information. Please feel free to reach out. We're passionate about what we do. We want to truly help students. And so if anybody has questions, please, but I think we have, I don't know if we have time now, or you can shoot us an email and, reach out. But that's all we have. Thank you so much for listening to us. We appreciate all of your help and everything that you've done. Also, a quick plug, ABC 7 News did come and interview myself and one of our students in the program, and that will be airing tonight at 11 p.m. on ABC 7 News.
We'll still be in this meeting at 11 p.m. So we'll have to retard that. All right. Amber and Daniel, are you gonna stay on for just a minute?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna have a break right now in the meeting. We have a trustee who needs to take a minute. So if you don't mind staying on, I can already tell out the corner of my eye that Trustee Brady is gonna have some comments or questions. He had that lean forward that he does over there. I got it, didn't I? So we're gonna take just a 5 or 8 minute break, and we'll come back, and then I think Joe's gonna have some questions for you.
Perfect.
in 3, 2, 1. All right, okay, so are you guys still there?
Daniel.
Yes.
And Amber.
Yes,
Yes.
I heard a yes. All right, Joe had comments
No,
or
I
questions.
was asking Dr. Walden, and I had forgotten and didn't hear the beginning of this. It's a 3-year grant, and I was asking him where the, because this ultimately is a real estate play, where you're putting somebody and you're paying for it, you know, where's the flow of dollars going and who kind of gets what? And he said that this gentleman, Daniel, works for a nonprofit. Well, you know, we do a lot of nonprofits, but I was kind of curious about the flow of the dollar. And when they're talking about the housing, I will say this housing up here, if we think it's tough now, is going to get even worse when the speed train comes into town. The construction people will outbid some of the locals, and it's going to hurt people like our students. So I just think we should be well aware. So Doc, do you know how the flow? I mean, if we place somebody,
The money,
yeah.
so the college gets the 700,000 per year. And then we use that money. Amber actually is our next up. What do you call it? Coordinator?
Director.
Director. Okay, sorry.
No worries.
I get lost in the terms here at Victor Valley. These terms are a big thing to this college. So director. All right. So so she actually gets her pay from, she's paid out of our foster youth grant that we have from the state. This 700,000 is for to help students that are homeless or homeless insecure, meet them stable. Not just what I like about their, so we first got the money and then I told Amber and her vice president, Dr. Ingleson, that, you know, we couldn't spend the money without a plan. So how do you onboard people? What's the process? How does it really help people? What I like is they've designed something that actually teaches people how to fish rather than just give them a fish.
Yeah, no, I listen, I get the program, I'm trying to follow the dollars. So Amber, if you can help me understand the dollars, if you put a student in a housing unit for $500, that 500 is going to the landlord, correct?
So it could
Where
depend.
does the nonprofit make their money?
So there's an administrator on the nonprofit side. So Daniel is the administrator. So basically his role is to coordinate, identify housing options and to oversee the case management piece. And so in terms of the student housing part, so for example, when we put students in rapid rehousing in the hotel, Daniel has established a contract with his nonprofit Searchlight with the hotel. So the college gives Daniel money to then pay for the hotel.
Now, does Daniel get paid out of that hotel contract? Or, I mean, Daniel's not doing this for free, is he?
No. So he's paid through the MOU that the college has with Searchlight. That's a part of the MOU, is an administrator portion to do the coordination.
Is that on a per case basis or on a yearly basis? I'm trying to figure out the mathematics.
It's on a yearly basis.
Okay, and how much is that?
I believe it's 60,000.
Okay, and that goes directly to the nonprofit that pays him?
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I want to say that I think this program is extremely exceptional. I know sometimes people want to, follow the dollar. An investment is still an investment, but as a former foster youth, as a person that has known many students on campus that were student athletes that were living in their cars, and when COVID came around and athletics were no longer here, they had no choice but to drop out. I think that a transition program that follows students and doesn't have a cookie cutter approach of, the Oprah, you get a cookie, you get a cookie, you get 500, you get 500, something that's going to head on assist the student with the direct need that they have. Also, it being one of our own ASB Council's goals to assist and aid with the homeless, liaisons project that's on campus, and to advocate for students that are not at the same like equitable level as everyone else. I think that this is an extremely great program. I enjoyed listening to that presentation, and I just want to say on behalf of ASB, if you ever need any assistance with this program, please let me know. Thank you.
Amber, maybe you could help me. I know a couple of years ago when the state started to do the audit, and Dr. Wald, maybe you can correct me. I believe that in their first brush, there were 400,000 students out of 2.1 million that were deemed homeless in the state. Was it 400,000 or was it 40%?
It was 40% of the 2.1 million that were homeless and secure.
Yeah. So I guess my question to you and Amber, I mean, I know that COVID's kind of clouded the number. Before COVID, how many of our 17,000 students that come through our turnstile every year are considered homeless? Do we know?
So I believe that there was a survey that was sent out before, a couple of years before COVID. And I've been trying to get the results. I haven't been successful in getting those results, but I know we do have that information. I've been trying to get my hands on it, but I have been unsuccessful in getting those results.
So no, it wasn't. What I had was only what was being reported to us. So this is pre-COVID information that I'm going to share with you. What I was told is that we had, I believe, around 200 students that our people were working with that were homeless or next to being homeless. In other words, they were couch surfing but didn't know where they would be, what couch they might be on, 2 weeks from now. I said, well, how many students do we know right now that absolutely are homeless? They don't have a couch to surf on. They're out on the streets. And at that time, what was reported to me was around 17, I believe. That was just so that's before we got this grant. And I was just trying to see what was the real need here. And, people fill out surveys and, there's a whole range of what they're thinking when they're filling out a survey. When they're saying they're housing insecure, sometimes that is that I'm fighting with mom and dad and she's threatening to kick me out, right? Or I'm food insecure. My dad doesn't want me to eat, all the donuts or something.
That's why they have what they call confidence intervals,
So, but the fact that so in other words, what the survey was really saying is there's a big struggle with housing and food for community college students. I don't think that many are actually out on the street in the sense of 40%. I think that's probably in real life. I have been in this work for over a couple of decades. I don't see that. So that number is talking about a whole range of things.
But Dr. Dan, if CCLC was doing the survey, couldn't Amber get a copy of that from the CCLC? I mean, the state's really good about giving a copy of all those reports when you ask them.
We have access to the survey.
No, I've seen the survey. I think it's through Hope. I've seen the results of surveys that have talked about, housing insecure in a general sense in terms of community college students. I thought we had done something and asked the question a couple of years ago, but I think Dr. Walden.
I don't think that was a population survey. I think that was one of those inferential statistics where they sampled and then they inferred.
Got it.
The percentage.
Yeah, and I think it's tough to put a number on it because there's also a shame in admitting that you are experiencing homelessness. So we're even, on our side trying to really start the conversation and make students comfortable expressing those needs, and also getting, faculty and staff and managers comfortable with asking the questions. So even on our Next Up side, every time our counselor meets with the Next Up student, they ask the student, what's your housing situation like? Because as a director, one of my foundational principles is we meet basic needs first before we talk about academics. Because if you're hungry, you can't do your homework. So I think it's making sure that that's on the forefront, because we can't expect people to focus in class if they're about to go sleep in their car or they haven't showered in a couple of days. So I think it's about getting those conversations going, and that's kind of why we're trying to empower our faculty and staff and managers to have those conversations and then to submit a referral. So the referral is not available necessarily for any random student to submit it, because we want to truly help those who are in need and not people who just want their rent paid, or like Dr. Walden said, I'm arguing with mom and dad today and I'd prefer to have my own place, but people who actually need support in terms of their housing.
Do you by chance, Amber, have any interaction with the city of Victorville and their new proposed 15-acre project down there, which I think they're going to use the tiny home concept?
So I'm gonna let Daniel take this. So yes, the quick answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm in communication a lot of the time with the city of Victorville, specifically with the homeless director, Cassandra Searcy. We are actually in the talks of seeing if we can acquire, if we can be given actually land right next to the area to run one of our tiny home programs there. So when we created our tiny home program, it was actually for the city of Victorville. We tailored it with the community specifically. So this has been like a little project that has been sitting on our shelf here at Searchlight that we've been wanting to sit there and showcase, because again, we made it for Victorville and the high desert area. So it's awesome that we're working with the college now, but it's even better that the city is extremely interested in, and realistically, just based off our talks, funding is a huge component on why we're not moving forward with the city. It's just trying to find those dollars to make those things, in addition to them wanting to see if their grant with the state's project for home key goes through to create this huge navigation center, recuperative care center.
Dr. Walden, does Michelle have this PowerPoint that she could send us?
Amber, can you send Michelle the PowerPoint so we can get it to the board?
Yes. Tim has the link to it, so I can download the PDF and
Amber, I'll just make this really short. The homelessness issue is a national issue. Statewide, we know there's 160,000 documented homeless people. There's 60,000 alone in LA County. It has a huge issue when you're trying to lure industry into an area. It is one of the issues that they talk about. And Victorville, Barstow, Redlands, and San Bernardino are the 4 cities within our county that have really taken it kind of on the chin, if you want to call it that way. We've been tracking this issue, homelessness, for a long time in our office. We don't charge for it to make you money. But the one thing we have been watching is this tiny home issue, and we're sharing some of the information with Lizette Angulo, who is related to one of the new council members, Leslie, with the city of Victorville. She's a big advocate for it. So if you send me the PowerPoint, my office may occasionally send you and others copies of articles. If you don't like them, then you can delete them. But we get copies of things from across the country and sharing, because I think it really is the wave of the future.
Yeah, Amber, yes, please do it a PDF, and it'll be the same for the episode. You have to send the PowerPoint through the email.
Perfect.
Is that it?
All right.
Thank you both.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I think you still have,
Well, we need to go to the foundation report now.
yep.
Shannon, you there?
I am. Good evening. How are you guys doing tonight?
We are good.
Good.
I tell you.
All right. So as we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 months, we usually have a student speaker, but I think we've had some scheduling issues with this person tonight. So we're going to move right into some fun items. I believe that I can share an image here. I think I've got that ability. Hold on just a second. All right, so what you'll see on the screen right now is last month, the San Manuel Fire Department donated a fire engine to VVC. This donation will provide training that is more realistic and aligns with today's standards. And we are very grateful, obviously, for their donation and their continued support of the foundation. I got to tell you, I went down and it was, the fire, everything there was just beautiful. So very, very thankful and grateful for that donation. The next thing that I want to go to, and I'm going to share another image here, is we want each of you to put this date on your calendar. So please save the date. Our Hall of Fame Gala will be, and Distinguished Service Awards will be held on May the 15th at VVC. The format will be very different from previous years since we are just coming out of COVID. However, we're excited to showcase the college and the college programs, and of course, our deserving award recipients. We'll keep you updated with the details. The committee is working on it, and it's going to be it's going to be fun. I think it's one of the first after COVID events out, that you kind of get together, and it will be on our campus. So we're looking very, very forward to that. Next up, in 2010, the Victor Valley College Foundation secured a sizable endowment to help support aviation scholarships in the aviation program. Per the purpose of the contract with the County of San Bernardino, funds shall be used to offset the ongoing annual costs of running the aviation program. So tonight, let me give you another image here since we're not in person. We are proud the foundation is presenting a check in the amount of $17,850 to the district. So yay. So anyway, that concludes my report. Does anybody have any questions?
I mean, is this okay to ask? But I did hear on the radio and see on Facebook that you got us a fire truck.
Yes, that's the picture. That was the first picture up there. So.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I thought we were talking about the plane.
Nope, we're talking about the fire engine.
I'm confused.
It looks a lot better than the jet.
Yeah, one of the interesting things on that is this fire engine is all enclosed. I mean, it has doors and all that stuff where all of their equipment goes. I guess our previous one did not, and that they can't even use those anymore. So now they have an actual fire engine to train on that is similar to what they'll be going to. So it was very fun. I enjoyed going down there and meeting all the people.
Do you know if we bought the ambulance yet? Because they gave us money for a new ambulance.
I can't tell you if it's here now, but I know that it's coming.
I can speak to that if you'd
Okay.
like. Yes. So we had priced the ambulance. You're exactly right, Dr. Walden. The ambulance was priced out, and then when COVID hit, the vendor that Dave Olson, the program director of EMS, was working with, they sold out of all of their ambulances. So they started from scratch, and they are building the ambulance to the specifications, to the grant. And we should be receiving that within the next 2 to 4 weeks.
That was about $120,000 ambulance, right?
That is right.
Y'all are so amazing. We're
Thank
so
you.
lucky.
Oh,
anyway,
thank you.
Anyway,
Shannon,
having fun. Yes.
No, I was just going to say, many of us have forgotten where that money for the aviation came. It came from Supervisor Brad Metzelfeld.
Yes.
Most people have forgotten that he was our supervisor.
So, but anyway, fun things are going on in the foundation. And any other questions, anybody? All right. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
All good. Thank you.
Next, we have a brief facilities update. John, are you there? John,
I'm here.
Yeah. Go
Good
ahead.
evening, board members. As you recall, in December, the facilities department brought a recommendation to engage in a maintenance / upgrade project of the solar field down on the northeast corner of the campus. The original field was installed in 2010. Subsequently, the vendor went out of business. Parts are unavailable. We've been just kind of limping along for the last few years, robbing parts from broken down panels to fix other panels. So we brought the project to the board. It was about $800,000. The meat of the project is we're going to take about 25% of the panels down, store them for parts, and use them on the rest of the field, and replace that 25% with fixed panels that are more efficient and have higher output. So during that discussion, trustee asked about what our investment was in that project and what kind of benefit the college has received from that investment. So that project, basically, we have $4.5 million to install the project in 2010, $3 million out of the bond fund, and about $1.5 million out of the capital fund. Since 2010, we've put in about $317,000 in outside maintenance to keep the panels operating. And then if you add the $800,000 upgrade, we have about $5.6 million invested in that facility. So in trying to figure out how I'm going to do this cost benefit analysis, I've spent a deal of time going through the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee reports for the last 11 years and trying to decide a plan of action on how to pull out that project and do a cost benefit analysis on that specific project. And going through the meeting documentation for the Bond Oversight Committee, I've now discovered that there's about another $7 or $8 million have been invested in solar projects and other energy projects. So trying to lay out a strategy to do a cost benefit analysis on a single field of I've come into some problems. I don't know exactly how to pull out all the different projects, the timelines. We've, since 2010, have built a new regional training center, Dr. Prim Reddy building, the one-stop center. We've done renovations at the auto and welding complex and the music building. We've done other projects, energy savings projects involving HVAC systems, lighting, and other projects. So what I guess I'm telling you here is there's a lot of variables involved in finding out the cost benefit of the investment that this district has put into energy projects. I believe it's around, it could be more than 13 million, but I just, I'm kind of stuck. I'm not basically trained in this field. There's so many variables. There's so much research that needs to be done. I'm not comfortable that I'm trained to do that. So I really can't come up with a real creditable cost benefit analysis of the investment in that original solar field, or even more into the entire investment that this college has made. One of the documents that I did discover in the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee documentation, when that solar field was christened on May 25th of 2010, the college and the vendor and the contractors estimated that over 25 years there would be a $20 million savings. So I'm confident that that field has not been operating at 100%, so I'm sure that number is not correct. But my recommendation is that if the board has interest in doing a cost benefit analysis of all the investment in energy projects, that we should probably try to find a trained specialty energy consulting company to do that process, because I'm not comfortable or confident that me or my staff could really come up with a credible report for you. And additionally, I'd like to keep the board updated on the Event Center Stadium project. LPA, our architectural firm, submitted that project last week on the 3rd of March. So we're anticipating that it will be in DSA around 6 months. We'll get the drawings back. We will then proceed to bidding and hopefully award a contract by the end of the year and break ground hopefully the 1st of next year.
When you say submitted, you mean submitted it to DSA, right?
The project plans were submitted to DSA last week, correct?
Cool.
John, thanks for your comments relative to the energy issue. And it is rather complex. And I know that there are some that have been challenged by the fact that I look at 13 million bucks as 13 million bucks. We have today, what, 115 colleges, 114 are brick and mortar. Okay. What I said, John, to Dr. Walden last week when there was an exchange of multiple emails between myself and Mr. Wood, I would think that as an educational facility, one that teaches education, one that seeks to educate people on how to find answers, that possibly we go to CCLC and ask them who they use. I mean, the amount of money that the community colleges spend has to be of concern to somebody at CCLC. I would strongly urge the board that to seek some proposals. There are in my industry, on the industrial and commercial side, there are people that do that. John, I'm glad to refer a lady that we've done plenty of work for that's pretty renowned, at least in Southern California, to you, and you can have that conversation. I just think that we owe it to our students, our faculty, our the bondholders. I don't think that the board quite understood when the question was originally asked that there had been $13 million spent. I did see the video that was put out back in May of 2010, and it was put out by the same company that went broke. So am I really going to believe how good their product was, and they didn't make it? So I am going to continue to push for it. I know there's some that don't believe that as a trustee I'm micromanaging. I don't believe I'm micromanaging. I think I'm asking some prudent questions, and I think that 13 million bucks is a lot of money to not ask where have we saved money. I know we've done a lot of projects in the parking lot, our lights, and a lot of projects within our campus. The question is, at the end of the day, did we save a whole bunch of money by spending 13 million, or would we have been better off doing something else? And there's nothing we can do. We can't go get that money back. But I think that we should know. And I think that, part of me kind of worries maybe we don't want to know. And as a taxpayer and as a trustee, I would implore our college to do this and to do it openly and with full transparency. I think that, it's something we should do. And I did go along with the second vote. I knew it was important. It wasn't a quid pro quo. I wasn't trading out a vote to get a report. And I do, John, I do understand your dilemma, and I do appreciate the time that you have put into this. Believe me.
I don't wonder if I'm sorry, Sharon. I'm so sorry. I don't wonder if there isn't a compromise that can be had, because I don't know that I'm necessarily willing to spend any money on any research for this. Personally, that's just my own opinion. No offense to you whatsoever.
No, I'm not expecting.
However, I think maybe we could, with the new vendor and the changes and moving forward, we could track with aggregate numbers what the cost savings would be, and then build in so that we ask it ahead of time instead of after the fact. We're asking for the tracking from the new vendors moving forward instead of the new vendors moving backwards, because I'm a proponent of moving forward constantly. And so that's just a thought. Maybe we could, hey, business team, finance team, we just would like to have these numbers available to us when we ask in the future.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe picking up the phone and calling Southern California Edison and saying, Edison, you're our energy provider. You've got all the data. So they know when these buildings came online. I mean, because they all have a meter associated with it. I'm the development business. I know when you build a building, they put a new meter. So a company like Edison could really, I think, help us, and it could be great PR for both. I would tell you, I don't disagree with you. I'm not willing to back down on this one, though.
Yeah,
can I just interject?
Yes, of course.
Because I want one thing to be clear. It's not micromanaging to me. If the board tells us to do something, we'll do whatever the board tells us to do. So if the board says we want a report, then we'll go get you a report. And if the board's authorizing payment, then the board as a unit, that's not micromanaging, in my opinion. So I take that off the table. But the other thing that just you should know, I mean, it's not a hard thing we can go and total up the electric bills, which is what John actually did in his presentation last November, December, whenever the vote was. But the buildings are not sub-metered,
Right.
right? So we don't know, I can't tell you what the ATC over here gets, how much that uses, or the Prim Ready building, or,
It's-
the various buildings around. I can't tell you what this building uses on that. And so that's where it gets so complicated, especially if you're going back historical. We are more than happy to do this at the pleasure of the board. It does not, John nor I have a dog in the fight. We'll do whatever you guys tell us to do. So just on that.
Well, I think there's something to be said for maybe all of us just being transparent and saying, yes, this is what we want in the future. But I think it's more of a difficult task to say, I want this for the past, when they weren't prepared for it. That's just my thought on it. Feel free to interject.
Well, my thing is I'm just wondering what the electric bill is exactly. I mean, that would be kind of helpful
Oh,
to
you'll get a
know
heart,
how we
you'll have a heart
base,
attack.
how we base our, like, for instance, my place at home, I pay $35 a month. Solar would not even pay for itself for us. But I'm just wondering, what would it, how do we find out how much we actually spend on electricity? And what would the benefit?
We presented
be?
that, I can get that back to you. We presented that to the board when was
Before
the
she
re-
came on, I think it was November.
Was it December or November? John, do you remember?
It was in December.
Okay, so in December,
In 2018, our electric bill was $1 million.
all right, so that's,
2019, it was $1,060,000. In 2020, the COVID year, it was 868,000. So that just illustrates that our buildings were shut down.
now,
Yeah.
if we were presenting to you some big solar project, okay? Like we're gonna recommend that we spend $3, $4, $5 million over the next number of years adding solar. Organically, we would go do this report just as administration and operationally before even bringing it to the board. We would have a report on, before we would recommend making that kind of investment, we would do a historical report and we would have a firm that was qualified to give you real numbers. What we were doing in the last fall was just simply trying to maintain existing. I wasn't here back when they did, the solar, and I know people have different opinions about it, and I'm not going to even say what mine is because it doesn't matter. We're just trying to keep what we have going, and that was a maintenance contract to get that going. Those things, you guys have all been by there. Some are this way, some are that way. They're not following the sun. It was producing 70 or around 70% of what it was supposed to be doing. So I was getting community comments from it. So just to get it back up where it's running correct, right?
But where did you get the 70% of where it should be?
That was information that was shared with me by staff.
Okay.
I was told that by Steve Garcia, who was here at the time.
So would it be easy to reach out? I know Mr. Lopez, prior to Trustee Wood or Tarpley or even Trustee Pinkerton, Edison came and gave us some money on a couple of occasions for having done some great deals in electrical savings. They were like $100,000 or whatever, which, still $100,000. So obviously they wouldn't have given it to us if there hadn't been some way to go back on there. So
yeah, that's valid. I think that would be a good ask is, hey, can somebody call Edison and see if they can just get us the numbers?
I think
let them do the work. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
We can do that.
I don't see, I don't care if we call Edison, fine with me, but I'm wondering who amongst us even knows how this stuff works? You can't call Edison and say, hi, please tell us how much electricity we didn't use. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna say, no, we can't do
Well,
that.
no,
And the
in
problem
your
with
bill.
Because it goes up every year, right?
They
Right,
show
well,
you
so
your wattage.
The
usage.
kilowatt
Yeah.
percentage change is typically like, it's like 0.007 over every 2 years.
I'm a super user.
Well, right. The problem is, right, and this is all flown around in emails over this last week that not everybody was privy to.
Yeah, that's.
I put solar on my house. Before, my average power bill was $350 a month, averaged out over the year. I put solar on, now my power bill's $0.
But you didn't
Right? So
add
I
any
can go,
buildings.
oh, okay, I'm saving about $350 a
Yeah.
month. But I didn't put the solar on and then close my eyes and not look at any bills, and then add a hot tub and add double the
guest
square
house,
footage
yeah.
to my house, and then invite 6 people over to come live with me, and then put an electric water heater, and then put LED lights, and then add some more solar panels, and then go, okay, how much am I saving? Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what John's on about, is there's all these variables. We're increasing consumption one day by
Bless you.
opening a new building. Then we're decreasing consumption by adding LED lights. Then we're increasing consumption by adding another building.
Mhm.
Then we're decreasing consumption by being closed for COVID. Then we're increasing consumption by opening another building. Then we're increasing production on the solar field by adding more solar panels to the covered parking or to the education center. And then 11 years after all these pluses and minuses, along comes the question, tell us how much we're saving, and I don't understand why you can't figure this out, right? Edison is not going to be able to tell you. Like, you call Edison and you say to them, tell me how much money or tell me how much power we haven't used. They're going to say, we have no idea how much power you haven't used.
Well, Brandon,
Like-
I would disagree with you. You
Okay.
haven't had the opportunity to deal with Edison.
You're right.
On the
I'm not an
industrial- no,
expert, but
no.
I have a little bit of common sense that when you call a provider and you ask them to tell you how much you haven't used, I don't know that they're gonna, but go on and call.
No.
Like, call and ask them to answer the question, but I'm pretty sure what the answer is gonna be.
I would tell you, when you deal on the industrial side, so we're more on the industrial, we are obviously on the residential. And if we have a big user, we call Michael Newby, who's the director of economic development for that firm. And all of a sudden you see the wheels start really moving. How Edison treats residential customers today, calling Edison, and it's like the cable company, the phone company. No one likes to call them. I would think I get a pretty good, when I write a letter as president of our firm to the president of another firm, I typically get a response when we send it by FedEx. And I would challenge Dr. Walden if he sent a letter to the head of Edison and said, hey, we got this kind of interesting quandary up here. We spent $13 million. Everything you just said was dramatically well laid out. Okay, we added this, we added this. Guess my challenge, we're an educational facility and we have a puzzling problem. And I just want to know the answer. And if we were a private college, it wouldn't matter. We're a public college. We use a lot of public money. $13 million to a lot of people may not be a lot of money. To me, it was a lot. And I thought there was an understanding back in December. We didn't have this conversation in December, which we've thought about a lot. And we've had a lot of time to think about on how we don't do this. If the board doesn't want to do it, the board doesn't want to do it. I think it's something that needs to be done. I've got my own opinion. I just think it's something that for $13 million, I would think that, Dr. Walden could reach out to, the state and ask them if they have an energy expert. The lady's name's Marika. I can't pronounce her last name. She's out in Malibu. She does a lot of work, really more on the industrial commercial side, and put her together with John to see if there's somebody out there that could do an analysis. And maybe we might be interested to find out if we are really saving what we think we're saving.
Well, I know there's people that'll do the analysis. We can agendize this so that you can vote on it if you want us to do it or not. That's not on an action agenda tonight, so you can't vote on it, but this is a discussion. But I'm happy to put it on the April board meeting so we can decide yes or no, move forward. I will have John do some work. And just to give you a range of what we might be looking at, you know, is this $1,000 or is this $100,000? Because I don't know.
And, Dr. Walden, I think just to cut for time's sake, get it on the agenda, I think would be a great idea. And I would encourage that.
We'll do that.
I mean, are we putting on the agenda?
Whether you
What are we
would-
putting on the agenda is, I
So
guess,
what-
my question.
So what we would, I mean, I think the way to go at this would be for us to give the board a sense of what's the range
Of what
of
an
a study
analysis
would
would be
cost
from an outside company.
in the
Okay.
type of studies. Like, for example, you might ask them, what is a historical study from this date to this date? What is an actual, which is going to have some approximations or assumptions in there, right? Because we didn't have the buildings sub-metered, so they would have to go like square footage and whatever the other
It ranges,
mitigating
right? Mhm.
variables are to estimate what that building would be or not be, and how much that building would use versus another building. So someone would have to go through and figure all that out. Versus an actual. An actual would be waiting till the college is going again, have everybody here, and then actually start metering the different buildings and measuring what is the output, and then looking at how does that compare with what solar, because we can figure out what the kilowatt production of our solar is. That's something we could do. So what would this cost versus what would that cost? I think we could bring that back to you with some sort of a range, and you could make a decision whether you want us to go get it bid. Then we would bid it and bring it back to you as to, this is how much it's going to cost, this is the contract, and you'd have to.
I'm just concerned because, as you said, we're an educational facility. And so I want us to remain focused on the education of the students. And that this just seems like kind of a distraction. And I don't mean that offensively, but it's going to take it's already taken a lot of work to even get to the point where we're stumped. And so how long do we want to beat this horse? You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe we just say, okay, we realize we didn't tell you in advance that we would want this. So now we've made some changes to the solar. Moving forward, please track it. And that way, when we ask the question, we will get the answers that we wish
And I would
for.
say, Trustee Tarpley, every one of us here, Trustee Woods had issues with students that he knew trying to get into the medical school or other issues. We've all had issues that we care about. I care deeply about money. I care deeply about return on investment. For what I do, I care deeply on the return of investment for what we do our students. We're here for one reason, for our students. So if we can save some more money, where does that money go? Towards where? Our students. Where does that go back in the
Right,
local
but I don't
account?
think you're asking if we can save more money. I think you're asking, what did we save?
Yeah,
Correct?
and,
It's
and,
past
and
tense.
I think maybe there's a gut part of me that might believe that video that Dr. Walden was nice enough to send over, that he sent, there was a bunch of emails this last week that when one of them, Dr. Walden sent over a video that the company that originally did
They
the
all
solar
got a
field-
copy of that.
Okay. That said, you're going to save, $20 million or whatever over the last,
Right.
yeah. It was voodoo.
Right, but I think we should have said that in 2010, we want to know what we're going to save by putting in these solar panels. So we didn't ask the question. It's not fair for us to punish them now. And I'm
No,
not
no, no,
saying
no.
that. I'm just saying, let's kind of ease it down and just, hey, we want this in the future.
I think by putting it on the agenda, our vote is our vote, and then we can always go back and
Yeah,
remind
that's
ourselves
fine.
of
I
that.
just don't
Yeah.
want to see a lot more time,
Well,
on this, because we keep talking about this.
Right,
mean,
I don't mind having it on the agenda, but I want to know what it's gonna cost to do the analysis. What you're essentially talking about is a forensic accounting conducted by an energy specialist.
Well, it
I
is,
just
like-
imagine based on that title,
Well, and
that's gonna be
we're coming up
expensive.
on
But
audit
that's well
season
said.
in the school environment. Spring is audit season. And so this department is already going to be inundated. And so I'm just very leery of spreading them too thin and piling stuff on. And so, our audit, our budget, that is what's essential to me in my mind. And so I'm just,
Oh,
okay,
I
that's what their
agree.
focus is on right now.
But what we're talking about is hiring an outside consultant, so we're not burdening.
That's still giving them records. Even when you bring in
That's
an
true.
outside accounting
It is
firm
true.
to do your audit, that's still a lot of work on the staff.
So John, for the when it's on the agenda, John, can you kind of have an idea to speak to that? Jennifer, it's good to have an insider who's in this. Jennifer brings up a good point. When I was thinking about having an outside auditor come in, I was thinking that would completely alleviate all the work from your staff and your department. The outside auditor would be doing all the work, but Jennifer makes a great point that the outside auditor is going to be standing at somebody's desk saying, okay, can you give me 2011 now, 2012 and 13? And can
Or
you print
maybe if
this
we
and
give
can you
them
find that?
authorization to go directly to Edison, we don't have to do that.
Well, I think they still need.
Well, we've got project files they're gonna have to get. They're gonna have to.
Right. They
To
still
look
have
at
stuff.
project design, they're gonna have to somehow determine, like Dr. Walden said, what is the benchmark energy uses for each facility, each building on campus. I mean, yeah, it's, I've done all this work myself because my fiscal staff have been busy with audit. We're bringing the audit was finalized and just April 1st submitted to the chancellor's office. So yeah, she's absolutely right. I had to do it all myself because they don't have time to assist me. And now I'm not getting stuff done that Dr. Walden would like for me to get done.
And that's a high hourly rate right there. to
No,
come in and do that work.
Well, so mostly what I'm concerned with, well, now I'm concerned with two things, what Jennifer said, and I'm concerned with the cost because it is water under the bridge. And I don't want that misconstrued that if the college was ripped off on the solar field, or if the solar field didn't produce what we thought it was going to produce, or it's not working as good as it was supposed to work, all that's academic at this point, right? So essentially we're going to say, oh, we want John to work his butt off because I'm curious. We want to spend $100,000 of the college's money because I'm curious, right? Like, and I get that the answer to the question could be used to avoid future issues, to avoid investing in the things that are not bringing us good return, but throwing more money down the hole at this point. I mean, if you come back and you say, oh, it's $1,500 to have this done, which there's no way that's what it's going to cost. I would say, well, for $1,500, it would be good to know. Then we have a better idea which direction we're going to go in with the future products or projects. I have a feeling this thing is going to be 100,000, 150,000, right? Because when a government agency calls a private company to provide these kind of services, they're like, oh, deep pockets, right? Like they'll write the check. They're not writing a check out of their own pocket. They'll write the check and they're going to hit us at $150,000, $100,000 to produce a report that says, this is what we estimate. It won't even be 100% accurate is my guess. It'll be, this is what we estimate with a plus or minus degree of certainty as to what you spent and what you saved. Right. And it's like at the end of that report, we go, well, that was $150,000 well spent that didn't get spent on students, but thankfully, like fulfilled your curiosity. So it's like, we got to hear the price. So bring the price.
Well,
put it on the agenda.
I think Trustee Wood, I think that we're, we don't hear anybody belly aching when we spend the money. We have a discussion tonight. We're paying 40% more to build a building with prevailing wage than we are by not paying prevailing wage to have somebody do an energy contract.
Well,
so
I mean, it's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
I think
it's ridiculous that we have to pay the 40% higher rate to build a building. But what do we do about that?
No, so listen, I knew when I brought this thing on up where this was going to go. And I just wanted to be sure it was on the record. Dr. Walden has said he'll put it on the agenda. I will talk to one of our energy people next week and say, hey, how would you go about doing this? I'm kind of curious. And maybe we find something out there that really benefits. Again, this is not my curiosity, Mr. Wood. There are, I think, 175,000 people that vote for us in our district out of 350,000, the demographics we've recently pulled. And I think that they'd be just curious. You know,
The question is, how curious would they be? Would they be curious enough for us to spend $75,000 of their tax money to answer their curiosity? Would they be curious enough to spend 100,000? Would they be curious enough to go 125?
Well, I'll tell you this,
150? I mean, where does your curiosity?
Well,
end?
the original idea behind this was to be able to play off. If you go back in December, look at my comments in the 2 meetings, was to be able to say to the public, wow, we're saving all this money. So now all of a sudden, 2 months later, everybody's all rubbed up about, well, we don't want to tell anybody that we saved any money. We just want to spend 852 grand. So where I find it odd, we're digging our heels in on the 852 is going to be used to maintain, help us get the units up to 100% and save more money. So now I've asked how much money we saved, and we're digging in our heels over it. I just don't.
Well, I don't think
I'm
it's
not
the
missing anything, but
question.
I
Right, maybe the issue is not that we're digging in our heels. Maybe the issue is that some of us feel like you're pushing this too far.
I am pushing it too far.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah.
So then it's not me digging in my heels.
No,
It's you pushing unreasonable requests on John and the staff.
I didn't ask John.
Well, you asked Dan and it
Yeah.
went to John.
Yeah, I don't ask.
So,
but as you
right, I
remember,
mean, let's split the apples.
but
and
if
the
you go
oranges,
back to December,
because-
John said, I can go do this. And now we have found it's a little bit deeper than what we all thought.
So.
Right,
that-
and so the question
And
is,
let's remember
we
what
wanna
John
keep
said.
going?
So
just
now that John hasn't been able to provide the answer, he's busted his butt and gone through tons of
And
stuff.
he gave a very
And he
eloquent
gave-
comment tonight about what he has done.
And in John's defense, he has provided some answer. There was answer provided in email. There was answer provided previously. But at the point that he couldn't provide an answer that fulfilled your desires, then you wanted to push it further, which is fine. That's your right to do. And I support your right to push it as far as you want. But I don't want to be accused of, quote, digging my heels in, when the truth is that potentially you're just pushing it too far.
Based on what we agreed in December, I think we've all concluded that this
I
was a
didn't
little bit
agree.
bigger.
I didn't agree, and nobody agreed that we would go to any lengths to answer your question.
We moved it to the second meeting.
Right.
So, yeah. And then I said, you know what?
We continued it for your questions, for John to attempt to answer your questions. And we did that. And then the answer fell short of what you wanted. Right? And so now
he
we're
came
pushing.
back in January and said we had the holidays, and I just didn't. And I said, okay, cool.
Now we're pushing farther that Dan is going to get estimates of the cost
Correct.
to answer your question.
And then we'll
And
vote
that's
on it.
fine.
And then we
I
can
have
vote
no
on it.
problem. It can be on the agenda and we can hear the cost. But how far are we gonna go? I mean, we can just do this every single meeting. And
Let's just get to the April meeting and have the discussion.
And
So there was no intent, Joe, to not provide you what you asked for. What happened is we went down the road of trying to take off of your comments, and then I asked you to put in writing exactly what you wanted. When we got that and we started down the road, it was more complicated than what any of us thought.
Including me.
Right, and I believe that. And so, I mean, John did I think a great job tonight of explaining how this whole thing morphed into being.
And I don't disagree. But
I don't want you to think that in the beginning, I mean, like there was no intent to not answer you or not provide. I thought, this
Dr.
is great.
Dan,
We'll
there's not been
publish an
any.
article, we'll have good PR, but then it turns out John's back in my office saying, Dan, I'm not putting my name on this because I can't legitimize it.
Listen, everything that John said tonight was perfect. I understand the dynamics that have occurred in the last 2 weeks. Let's get on the next item.
But Joe, I don't think you do though, because you're still wanting it to be agendized.
No, let's
I'm
put it on
just
the
so
agenda
confused by
so
the
that we
comments.
figure out what it costs to be, and then we can make a decision.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question? In the video, it says that we would save 1 million a year. Does John know if we are saving that much each year?
Well, we're spending $1 million
No.
right now. You could be saving $1
Well,
million.
In 2009, the college electricity bill was $1,353,686. In 2019, it was $1,060,000. So it was $300,000 less 10 years later.
11 more buildings.
And we added 3 new buildings. And we've done a bunch of energy savings projects. So I'm just inherently, our electricity bill today is less than it was before we put the first solar in. And we've expanded our facilities.
And that's 10 years later with the price of energy increasing.
Exactly. The COLAs, the cost of living increases. So, I mean, the answer is, yeah, we're saving, but we don't know exactly how much, and we don't know if it's because we put LED light bulbs in, or if it's because we got solar panels, or we put variable frequency drives on our HVAC systems, or we put better air handlers in the building. But those are the projects we've done that have affected our energy usage. And those are the only ones I know of. I've been here 2 years, so I haven't seen a whole lot.
And John, I think as you remind us what has been done, that is answering part of the question. I'm not gonna apologize for asking a question about saving money. But the last 5 things you said, the air handlers and the lights on the parking lot, all those were absolutely all things that were done that have saved us money. And Edison's rates don't go down every year, they go up.
Those are the projects that I know of, reviewing the bond oversight committee's meeting minutes for the last 11 years. So I haven't even had a chance to go in to the general fund or the capital outlay side of the books.
No, I get it. President, what I would suggest that we have Dr. Wald put this on the agenda for next month. And get
No,
it to
it's
the next
on,
item.
it's on the agenda. And nobody's asking you to apologize, Joe. I support your right to ask questions. I appreciate most of the questions that you asked. Nobody's asking you to apologize for that. It's just, it's I've been sitting back watching how much work John's been putting into this. And at some point in my mind, I'm going like, John's putting a lot of work into this. He's providing answers. His putting work into answering your question is taking him away from his other duties, right? And it's fine. It's going to be on the agenda. We're going to get an estimate. We're going to see what it's going to cost. But I'm at the point where I'm going like, how much more time of people on this campus, and now potentially how much money are you going to spend out of this campus's bank account to answer your curiosity? I mean, you can go all the way. You can vote to spend $1 million to answer the question. It's fine with me. You'll still be my friend. I'll still like you and whatever. I'll think you're crazy to vote to spend $1 million to answer your question, but that's okay. People think I'm crazy for some of the stuff I do.
We spend a lot of money in consultants out here. I never question it because I believe that that is well spent.
Right. I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding. I think John actually gave the best answer we've had so far when he said, well, here's what the bill was 10 years ago. Here's what the bill is 10 years later. I think that's
amazing.
It doesn't exactly say, oh, the solar's doing this, but I think we can all be confident that the solar's producing power. The energy saving products are reducing our load. The new buildings coming online are increasing our load. And at the end of all those variables, the power bill and the rate of power is getting more expensive. So despite the increase in cost of power, we're still less 10 years later than what we were before. Right. And you go, okay, so at that point, as a fiscal guardian, an elected official who's here to be a fiscal guardian on behalf of the community in the role that we sit in, and anybody tell me if I'm wrong, that's not part of our actual job. is to be that fiduciary guardian. Upon that answer right there, I think that's sufficient for us as an oversight committee to go, okay, John and his team and Steve Garcia have done a good job of projects and money saving things and production things that I can be satisfied as a fiscal guardian on behalf of the community that they're doing their job. I don't need to go sit in their office. I don't need to see the blueprints or the plans or have a tour, climb up in the attic to see the thing or go dust off solar panels, whatever else. That's more than what our job title is. That's more than what we're supposed to do. That answer right there answers my question. Steve, John, all the other people, Dan, all the maintenance folks, they're doing their job. Now by me hearing that answer, I've done my job to be the fiscal guardian of the community. There you go. I'm good. I'm satisfied.
And you know
if you
what?
want to go further, we'll go further.
I absolutely agree. And since it's on the agenda, why don't we just move on to the next item?
All right.
Thank you,
Move on.
John.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you so
Thank you,
very
Yeah,
John.
thanks, John.
You're welcome.
We beat this dog to death.
Hang around, John. We got more coming later.
Right.
So,
John, I want to know how much power we could make if we put a bunch of windmills out along the street on Bear Valley. Figure that out and have an answer by the time we're to the consent agenda.
Okay.
so
President Wood,
ASB.
let me say this. This is not
You don't
funny.
like- you don't
This
like
is true.
windmills?
One of the companies that made all those,
Get that poor man.
the wind, you know, all the wind turbines in the state is moving out of the state
It's what?
because they're moving out of the state.
They're moving out of state?
Yeah, they have 8 plants worldwide. So all those big turbines that you see through the passes, most of them were made in a little town called Adelanto.
Well, in
And
Texas.
that
California,
company, no, that company, so the windmill deal, yeah, so we all kind of, yeah, that is a casualty of, you know what, doing business in California, they moved up.
Right.
South.
All those ones in Texas froze.
Yeah, they didn't work.
They couldn't move.
Yeah.
Everybody's freezing to death and they're sitting there.
Now they'll
But
make. them
don't
in
tell
Texas
John
and
Kerry that because he'll be,
Ah,
they'll
Kerry.
ship them back to California. All right.
Okay, the ASB student, go.
Here we go.
Where you at?
ASB student,
Oh,
go.
there we go.
Okay, let's see. So the goal updates for the spring in relation to goal number 2, which was excuse me, apparently I can't read right now. Yes, goal 2 was the ASB council was going to coordinate with the vice president of student services and update the VVC student handbook and ensure that it is available to all students. We have been researching other community colleges' student handbooks and their updates actively. The ASB Council is planning to work with Dr. Ingleson and Art Lopez to have an updated and completed handbook by the summer. It's something that hasn't been updated for quite some time, and I think it's just because there were other affairs at hand that were being handled and not the things that should have been. So now we're getting that back on track and we're hoping to have it completely updated by the summer. Go for goal 10, recognizing that the hydration stations are essential to student health and well-being. The ASB Council is re-engaging with the college now that we're coming out of COVID about the hydration stations with Kevin G and our very hardworking John Nolan. In conjunction with goal 4, the improvement of the campus safety and the lighting, ASB is planning to do an after dark walk with, once again, John Nolan, in order to aid the preparation and reopening for the campus so that we'll be, as the campus is looking to be reopened in the near future, we want to assist in the student and the public safety of our campus and facilities. Goal 1 is to ensure the delivered monthly ASB newsletter has been continuously executed, and we've shared it digitally through our new ASB app that's available on the Google Play and the Apple Store and our Facebook page. Let's see. We're doing something exciting on Sunday. the Associated Student Body is doing the first ever virtual painting workshop for VVC. We're going to be doing it via Zoom on Sunday, March 14th. Instructor Velos, I'm so sorry if I said that wrong, Velos, will lead the students over Zoom. We're going to be doing an inspired Ireland painting as St. Patty's Day is coming up. It's going to be ideal for beginners, people that have never even painted at all. She's going to be able to briefly instruct color theory, how to mix from the primary colors, how to do landscaping and basic brush techniques. And the workshop is going to be from 1 to 3. And as I said, it's going to be Sunday, March 14th. That's this Sunday coming up. And students that decide to participate, ASB is actually going to allow those people to come Thursday, March 11th and Friday, March 12th from 9 to 5 to pick up supplies. We bought a bunch of bulk stuff with our generous ASB money, and we got paint that students have the opportunity to come pick up. We have brushes that are going to be here by Thursday as well for that pickup date. And then they're going to be able to pick up canvases. I know that 2 of our amazing trustees have already volunteered to join in. Trustee Pinkerton and Trustee Tarpley will be painting with all of us on Sunday, and the activity is open to any other board members. If you're interested, just let me know. It's a way to connect with students, and it should be fun. Anybody can paint. If my friend's little 2-year-old can, I know anyone else can. And in closing, a few of our council members took part of a mental health first aid workshop so that we could better assist students that were in need, whether they were going through mental health issues, the depression that comes along with COVID, people are stuck at home, anything that may go on that a regular old person may not be equipped to deal with, so that we can make those transition steps. Say someone's experiencing substance abuse or, whatever the situation may be, so that we can direct those people to the right people. There was several members of the council that underwent that mental health training first aid workshop, and a couple of our additional members are going to be doing it either 3/19 or 4/9 for this spring semester. And that was a little long-winded, but I wanted to give you guys a nutshell, but at least half of our goals and an update. And that's all I have.
You have been the president of our student body during probably the most difficult year, and since the college started in 1961.
60 years ago.
I just have to commend you.
Thank you. I tried.
You've done fantastic.
Your bridge is all. No problem.
Bridget means the strong, not to brag on myself or anything. No, thank you, Dr. Walton. I know that doing this at a distance has been completely different. And I know that there's talks of maybe doing this once more again when we're back to face. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Yes, please.
But there's been quite a few requests. So it's different, but we're trying the best that we can to keep students engaged, and we're actively, like I said, thank you once again, John Nolan. We're actively working with people like John and Dr. Ingleson to continuously try to prepare for this transition back to opening up, back to campus, back to staying and maintaining the goals and objectives that we set out for this year so that we can accomplish them, whether it's at a distance or face-to-face, wherever we may end up. So thank you.
So the last thing that I have to bring to you tonight is just to give you a little bit of an idea that I think you probably heard on the news that the state subcontracted vaccine distribution to Blue Cross. They contacted DVH, Desert Valley Hospital, called me, and they wanted to know, could they give 1,000 shots a day, 1,000 vaccinations a day, and use our facility. Of course, we're happy to get 1,000 people to drive on this campus. I don't care where they're from. Just the fact they drive in our driveway, they're here, whether they've ever been here before, or been here 100 times. I like them being here. So we're doing everything we can to make that happen. I was on with the county, Ron Williams and myself and a couple other people, and they said there's, sounds like a government answer, right? That there's a little bit of confusion. They don't quite know, they know this is happening, but they don't know what their role is going to be because the vaccines have been coming to them. So once they figure all that out, Fred Hunter told me that hopefully within the next 2 or 3 weeks, we can be up and going. So that would be fantastic. Tomorrow, I have a meeting, a joint meeting with our crisis intervention team and our reopening task force. So, and there's some cross membership there, but anyway, it's bringing together all the campus representatives that have to do with either this whole crisis or our reopening plan that was written and published on the website. We're in phase 1 now. Phase 2 is to bring all the staff back. The board agreed with me that my #1 goal this year is to get the college open. And I'm going to try to get all 9 goals done, but that's my #1 thing. Let's get open. It's hurting us in 100 ways. So I won't go into all that. You guys just know that. So the meeting tomorrow is I want to propose that we give the employees a day. And we'll have to figure out when that day is. If it's, I first thought maybe the day after spring break. Now we've been talking maybe May 1st. I don't know, but a day that we can announce the college is going to be reopened. We're going to open to the public. We're going to get rid of those orange blockade. And we're going to call all of you back to work. No more working at home. Everybody comes here. Our offices are open. We're open to the public. That won't change the mode of instruction at that point. But get people here and let's manage that, because there's all kinds of restrictions about how you have to report and at what point do you have to shut down again if there's a certain spread. Let's figure out what it's going to be like with the employees here. And then once we've got that nailed down, let's figure out how do we bring the students back? Do we phase them in? And all of this is going to be dependent on what happens with COVID and the various mutant strains and all that kind of stuff. I just want you to know that that's happening. That's a serious thing. And I really, really hope that we can nail down a date. And Michelle's done great today in helping me develop an agenda for tomorrow, because it isn't just picking a date, it's what all has to be in place for that to happen. Like, are we going to have plastic shields in front of desks where the public comes up to, how do we do all, and what about the people that don't get vaccinated? What are we going to do with them? Because legal has told us, and legal is here tonight, that we have to, we're not planning to require people to be vaccinated, our employees, but you must still protect the public from those that won't refuse to get vaccinated or can't for some reason. Can't because of medical, can't because of a religious reason. So there's a lot of questions that we won't go into tonight that we're going to be dealing with, and I'll be keeping you all updated in my weekly reports and even more often. So there's good news in the county right now. The last 7 days, if we could maintain what's happened the last 7 days, the whole county will move to the red tier in another week. So that would be great if that happens. I'm going to pass around a plaque. This is my last thing. I'll send it this way and then I'll come get it and send it back around. This was award we got for participation in Caring Campus and commends the college for its dedication to student success by approving students' sense of connectedness, being recognized as a caring campus. So it somehow got damaged in shipment. So Michelle did not throw that at me. That's not what happened. Yeah, show Sharon and then that's it. Thank you.
All right, moving on, 5.1. Do we have any reports from Academic Senate?
Yes, I am here this evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Wait 1 second. Tim is getting in steps. He's about to make you appear. Is everybody's getting up? Do you need bathroom breaks? Is that?
Yes.
All right. Can we,
Sure.
can we pause on
Sure.
that?
Sure.
All right, we'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm going. I'm gonna.
Yeah, dude, this thing got hammered.
Dean Jackie.
Why didn't you say hi to me, Henry?
I didn't see you. I didn't see you, Trish. I only see Jackie at the bottom of my screen. I'm sorry. How
I'm
are
just
you?
teasing. I'm just teasing you, Henry. Are you up next?
I am up next.
Okay, you're all dressed up and ready to go. Huh?
Well, yeah, my top is okay. I have sweats on the bottom, so don't
Oh,
tell
that's all
anyone.
right. At least you don't have shorts on, but it's a little too cold for shorts, I
Yeah,
guess.
it is. A little chilly.
Yeah.
Chilly.
Supposed to rain tomorrow.
I heard. Yeah, it was a little chilly today too.
Yeah, it was. This has been quite a meeting, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. I'm going to time myself, Jackie. I'm giving myself 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So
We've already gone past my limit. I usually try to get out of here by 8:30.
I know.
Oh well.
Yeah, I thought the arrangement was a little bit different, and but I guess it was, yeah. So we are here.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. No, I didn't. Testing, 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 testing. Is that your little guy?
He's in the library. Where'd you find a library that's open at midnight?
At my home.
I know, I like the background though, like he's at the
Thank you.
24-hour library. How come
That's
how come
right.
it's light outside?
Good lighting too.
You see, you see, there's no one in the library, so we're social distancing, right?
That's my kind of
Right. You're in the
library.
library in Hawaii, dude. We're on to you. We know what's up. All right. Where'd Bridge go? Bridge is in the room. We're good. All right, here we go. Back to Academic Senate from the top.
All right. Well, good evening, board president, trustees, student trustee, President Dr. Walden, management, students, faculty, staff, and members of the community. First, I want to extend best wishes to everyone in attendance, expressing my prayers and support for your optimum in mental, physical, psychological, and professional health that COVID-19 has undoubtedly affected. Second, the Academic Senate continues to implement guided pathways, educational master plan practices, and strategic enrollment management planning activities to provide course offerings for students, ensuring equal opportunities and individual protections under the law, promoting continued high-quality learning success. As recent as last Thursday, Academic Senate approved a critical ACC-JC midterm report to address accreditation deficiencies that expresses the college's commitment to continuous quality improvement and institutional effectiveness. The Curriculum Committee is currently working on AB 1460, Ethnic Studies Transfer Alignment. Title IV, or Title V, shall I say, mandated call for one 3-unit ethnic studies course required for all students as a graduation requirement. In particular, the Curriculum Committee is looking into ways to include theory and knowledge produced by Native American, African American, Asian American, and Latin American scholars, while incorporating anti-racist and anti-colonial issues. The Curriculum Committee as well follows the Cal State University guidelines concerning core competencies for ethnic studies, systems-wide graduation requirements to meet students' university transfer articulation agreements. Further, our Curriculum Committee is encouraging faculty and department chairs to develop pedagogy in courses that assess and explain how ethnic groups struggle, promoting the evaluation and identification of resistance and social injustices, with the intent of increasing awareness of solidarity and liberation experienced by the previously mentioned ethnic groups that are relevant to the issues of today. Finally, the Academic Senate Executive Board would like to congratulate the newly tenured faculty for all their hard work, commitment, and perseverance necessary in becoming a permanent part of the VVC family. That's my report.
Beautiful. You like just You flow.
I love it.
Right, yeah, it just,
I'm a fan of him too. I think
Yeah.
he's
Thank
good at what he
you.
right.
does.
I'm
Thank
like,
you
hey,
so
why don't
much.
you, I'm gonna contract out for you to do my reports too, if
Right.
that's okay.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Timely.
You come sit here, I'm gonna come sit in your library in Hawaii.
All right.
All right.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Have a good night.
All
How
right.
about CTA? Anybody from CTA? 3, 2, 1. Nope. CSEA. 3, 2, 1. Nope. AFT part-time. Nope. And management. There's always somebody from management.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, College President Dr. Walden, ASB President Lee, and fellow meeting attendees. Liz Duarte here, Director of Special Grant Programs for our pre-college trio upward bound cohorts and CalSO partnership with Cal State San Bernardino, representing our management team for our report tonight. And my team and I attended the College Board Conference, a dream deferred focused on the state of college readiness for African American students, providing a forum for sharing best practices, key data, and research to drive measurable actions to ensure access opportunity is increased by leading to college enrollment, retention, and successful degree attainment. Larry McLaughlin, Regional Director, Employer Engagement, Advanced Transportation, and Logistics, participated in a webinar, Sustainable Freight Foundation Certificate for Middle Managers. Overview Freight Systems and Management, Legal Issues for Sustainable Freight Operations. In addition to Sustainable Freight Foundation Certificate for Middle Managers, Energy Infrastructure and Sustainability, Data and Metrics for Freight Part 2. In addition to Elucid Basics Canvas Training for Automotive Faculty. Also, Chancellor's Office webinar, Building Bridges, Raising Awareness, and Celebrating Black Student Achievement. And finally, part 2 of 5-part series, Next Steps in Vehicle, Electrification, Technician, Prep, Introduction of Society Automotive Engineers, Vehicle Certification. Virginia Moran, Executive Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, along with fellow VVC leadership on February 18th, attended the California Community College Racial Equity Leadership Alliance e-convening sponsored by USC, Race and Equity Center on confronting explicit acts of racism and racial violence on campus. And finally, but not least, Kelly Murphy, Director of IT Services, along with fellow IT MIS team last month attended the California Community College Chief Information Systems Officers Association. The Technology Summit is the premier annual conference for California community colleges for IT professionals in association with partners of California Community Colleges Banner Group, 3CBG, California Community Colleges College Users Group, 4CUG, and California Community College Amazon Web Server Users Group. They presented an outstanding array of educational conference sessions of interest to the information technology arena in California Community College System. And this is our management report, and thank you on behalf of our VVC management team. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I don't think so. Any questions all the way
No,
around?
fine.
All right, no questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are up to the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a
Second.
second? All right, motion by Henderson, second by Brady. I should have, no, this is the appropriate time. Does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda? No. And student trustee, what?
There's no public comment, right? Okay.
Student trustee advisory vote?
No, I don't want to pull anything, and yay.
Oh, I'm like, you're voting no?
No.
She's messing with you,
No,
man.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to
Alright.
mess with the record.
All right. Is that one through?
Online voting's open for everybody.
All right, and I think, Michelle, is this where we needed to take a pause? Are we staying on? You're gonna stay on? Or we're going off?
Dan doesn't know what's happening.
What?
What?
Dan, as we used to say in the military, it is not yours to ask how or why, it is yours to do or die. So just time to do or die, and don't ask how or why. Oh, we got like a boatload more agenda to go. We'll be okay. Might as well have another pause, right? This is important. We did just have a break. This isn't a break. This is a pause. Jeff, as long as you're here, could you please explain to Dr. Walden the legal difference between a break and a pause?
The proverbial distinction without a difference.
Are we singing?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Dr. Walden. Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha. Not a thing.
And now you know the difference between a break and a pause.
I looked at this, I thought this said happy birthday, Dad.
I mean, same difference, right?
You know what he'll,
Not that old.
you know,
We're a bunch of toddlers.
So, now you know when I'm saying we're taking a pause, be worried. Nobody knows
Because
what's
then we're
coming.
gonna sing.
Nobody knows what's coming out of Gabby's closet over there. All right, should we, Michelle, are you okay if we keep moving, or do you want to take a second? Oh, perfect. There we go. All right. So 7.1, public comments. We have no public comments, right?
No.
Okay, so we can just get right by that. Item 8.1, separate approval of items pulled. No items were pulled. 8.2, second read of board policy 50/50, the student success and support programs. Is there a motion?
Second. Oh,
Motion by Henderson, second by, I'd say Tarpley got it. Yeah.
it doesn't matter to me.
Any discussion? And student advisory.
Yay.
All right, we have the vote up. This is item 8.3, resolution 2102, affirming our commitment. This is a resolution, by the way, affirming our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Is there a motion?
Motion.
second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Brady. Any discussion?
This came to the board at the request of the Board of Governors of the Chancellor's Office. They wrote this resolution and forwarded it to all 116 colleges. Well, I don't know how many, 73 districts I think we have. So the 73 districts, asking each district to consider adopting this resolution.
And student advisory vote?
Yay.
Dennis? Who? Dennis? Dennis, did you vote? There it goes. Dennis got the slow computer, so we're all dogging him out. 8.4, board resolution 2104. This is a resolution regarding Women's History Month.
Motion.
Second.
Oh, let Sharon have it.
Wait, okay, so motion by Tarpley, second by Pinkerton. And so I think that we should ask one of the women of the group to read it. So you guys gonna fight each other for it or?
I
Well-
suggest trustee Pinkerton.
I suggest Hartley.
Well, and I was gonna say, maybe because we didn't read the affirming the commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, that maybe we don't read the women's history and just in the, for the sake of time.
You know,
Praise be.
can I make a recommendation?
That we go
Please
back?
read it aloud.
And we can go back. That was my bad. I'm trying to
I don't,
kind of make up
the
for lost
diversity,
time.
I know.
the diversity, equity, inclusion, that is basically, we already passed a resolution
Of our
back
own.
last fall about this, or last spring, I think. This was just sort of unifying the whole state. I'm going to send that out to the entire college. So everybody's going to get that, but I just think, you know how we do these Black History, Hispanic Month, all this, women, that's half of us, and none of us would be here without them.
That's
So if I
right.
could just.
Very true.
Okay,
recommend
I'll
they
read
wanna
it.
Read
It's
it.
more than half. The
Okay.
women outnumber the men. I think it's more than
I'm
half.
gonna start now. On motion, resolution 2104, Women's History Month, March 9th, 2021. On motion of member Tarpley, seconded by member Pinkerton, the following resolution is hereby adopted. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life of our nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women have were particularly important in the establishment of oh my gosh, I'm so tired, early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas Victor Valley Community College District, as a public institution of higher learning, is dedicated to providing opportunities for all people so that they can reach their highest potential. And whereas the passage of Public Law 100-9 officially established March as National Women's History Month. And whereas Women's History Month is an opportunity for all Americans to commemorate the struggles and victories of American women in our history and their invaluable contributions to society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Victor Valley Community College District proclaims March 2021 as National Women's History Month.
Thank you very much. That wasn't so bad, was it?
No, it was wonderful.
And we have the electronic vote is up. Student advisory vote.
Yay.
You should vote no. Just to be,
I have to support my own.
just to be like controversial, you know. All right, and we are going to back up one at the request of Dr. Walden to the previous resolution. Dr. Walden had comment.
So I really don't think it would be appropriate to totally skip it. I will forbear the whereases and just read the resolution, because I think the board needs to know, if you haven't read it, you're signing on to something here, or you signed on because you already voted. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Victor Valley Community College District Board of Trustees, hereby reaffirm strongly our support for diversity in faculty and staff hiring, diversity among faculty, students, staff, and programs, and expect everyone in the Victor Valley Community College District community through their roles and responsibilities to implement the district's diversity initiatives and maintain a climate of respect, civility, anti-racism, and inclusion as part of the institution's commitment to educational excellence. And be it further resolved that Victor Valley Community College District Board of Trustees will support and implement the recommendations from the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office Vision for Success, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force report dated April 24th, 2020, and annually participate in implicit bias and cultural competency training, which we will see that that's provided to you. That's my side comment. And be it further resolved that Victor Valley Community College District Board of Trustees shall publicly review on an annual basis the district's compliance with the California Annual Education Code, Equal Employment Opportunity Standards, and Chancellor's Office Certification Form that incorporates multiple methods to address diversity, including but not limited to board policies and adopted resolutions, incentives for hard-to-hire areas/disciplines, focused outreach and publications, procedures for addressing diversity through hiring steps and levels, consistent and ongoing training for hiring committees, professional development focused on diversity, diversity incorporated into criteria for employee evaluation and tenure review, grow your own programs, an analysis of why staff leave the district, and the makeup of hiring committees. Passed and adopted by the governing board on March 9th, 2020.
Perfect, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, moving on to 9.1, foundation donations. Foundation, are you still on with us?
Yeah, yes.
Oh. Somebody's there.
I am.
All right.
We can't see.
Tim's got it. He needs a remote.
Meeting's over. Yeah, it's gone.
We timed out. We timed out on
Right.
Zoom.
Just push the button.
That was it? Clock is up.
That was it. Game over. Tim, there you go. It's Tim who really decides when this meeting is over. Oh.
Did you?
I have the same password. I tried it 5 times.
Are we live, Tim? We're live.
Foundation?
We're live.
Yes,
Oh.
we're still here.
You're there.
We're here. Yes.
This is the item of your, of us receiving revenue, 109,000.
Yes.
She's just saying vote for it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
He just wanted a moment to eat the cake.
No, it's not on the
Those
agenda.
viewers at home.
I presume donation. Normally, there's like some explanation. All right, is there a motion?
Motion.
It's really good cake, though, if anybody cares. Motion by Tarpley, second by Henderson. Any discussion? Any questions for the
Let's take it.
foundation?
Let's
Who's
receive
there and wondering why I keep saying foundation?
No, but you can bring me some cake tomorrow, Brandon.
Oh man, I'm not a huge cookie. That's really good cake. I think Gabby made it or something. I don't know. She did. Gabby made it. That's really good cake. All right, student trustee.
The women
Everybody,
all
we're
are in
getting
on that joke.
student trustee advisory vote. agreement with, is this the contract? Because the
This is the
thought just
contract.
crossed my mind. We can skip ahead to,
This is the contract.
okay, so 10.1 agreement, Park West Construction Company. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Henderson. Any discussion?
I'd like, I guess, Dr. Walden, if John is going to walk us through this.
Yes.
I do. I guess the vote's already.
No.
Huh?
No, she's
I-
just fast.
Oh,
No, it's discussion.
It's discussion.
Yeah,
time.
we're at discussion.
so,
Discussion or
You wanna
explanation.
do a
It
quick
sounds like,
overview?
yeah, no, I've got some comments and some pretty serious concerns.
Okay, John,
Yes, sir. We opened bids last Wednesday, March 3rd, 10 a.m. on the renovation project, modernization project for buildings 50, 52.
John, hang on a second. We're struggling to hear you.
Oh,
all right, try that.
can you hear me now?
There you
Yes,
go. That's
thank
better.
you.
Can you go back to the beginning?
Sure.
Thank you.
Last Wednesday, March 3rd at 10 a.m. in the building 10 here, we received and opened bids for the project F710, modernization of buildings 50, 52, and 55. The bids were received and then they were publicly read in a virtual bid opening via Zoom. The apparent lowest responsible bidder is Park West Construction of Redlands with a bid of $8,606,850, which includes a 5% owner-controlled contingency. The current budget approved for this project is $10 million for construction and $2 million for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. It's a very good bid result. The team's happy. The architect was present. Our project inspector was present, and we held a meeting last Friday with the apparent low bidder, Park West, and discussed the project. We did an interview, asked them some questions to make sure that we all felt comfortable that they were had a great grasp of the scope of the work, and they did very well in that interview. And we're recommending that the board award the contract to Park West.
Any further discussion or question?
Yeah, I do. And John, first thing I want to tell you, as well as Dr. Walden and President Wood, that while the comments on the solar issue might feel like they're kind of falling over here to this issue, I do have a couple concerns. And I think for some of the board members, President Wood and I and Dr. Walden had some, again, ongoing emails about, basically micromanaging and asking questions. So some of the issues that I'm concerned about, and, President Wood, I understand your comment about, advertising on billboards and things like that. But let me take some people back to 2016 and some documents that I ironically found quickly that I sent over to Dr. Walden about when we did the welding building, and there had been concerns prior to that had been brought to my attention as a fairly new trustee. I was here in 11, and I believe that was the first building. And people in the community had, over the years, complained that we were not adhering to what was promised by Joe Range, who we've honored recently, Diana Carloni, and the group of volunteers that helped pass that $298 million bond, that the college would do everything in its power to be sure we hired as many local people as possible. 7% of the dollars of this is local, and 93% of the dollars are going out of the area. So one, I'm totally opposed. Two, I also know, John, that probably because of the amount of time that you had to put in on my solar requests and the energy request, that the time and with Steve not here kind of is challenging. But I do find that advertising in the daily press 2 days on Thursdays. I think they have a circulation of 7,500 now. I think when I came to town, it was 75,000. The fact that the list of contractors on here, and I think this should be noted. If you take a look at the largest general contractor, I believe today in the high desert, I might be wrong, but I checked with Robert Martinez, a well-known, highly respected architect, is Conco Construction. Conco Construction was not asked to bid. When I looked at this on Sunday, I thought, well, this is kind of weird. So I picked up the phone, I called Shannon Denmark. This is a small town. We all know each other. I said, Shannon, there must be something wrong. Did you bid this? He said, no, Joe, I wasn't invited. He's the largest general contractor here.
How do you figure that he wasn't invited if there was an ad in the paper? That's how it's been done forever.
These
correct?
people right here were apparently notified somehow. So
Was
let
there a
me
secret
let me finish the story. So thought, well, it's kind of weird, you know, probably one of the most popular plumbers up here is Chris Hitt with Hitt Plumbing. Does a lot of work with a lot of schools and has done work here at the college. So I called him up on Sunday. He called me back on Monday. He said, Joe, he said, I did go on the job block, but he said, candidly, there just was not enough time to do the bid. So the bid was, you know, the shortness of time again kept him. He said, had he had a little bit more time, like 2 more weeks, he would like to have bid. But I think that the story that he told me that also that Shannon Denmark told me, I guess, and I didn't know this, Chris has a son by the name of Chad. And in the building over here we just finished, he showed up with his bid, and he's a young man, not realizing it had to be in a manila envelope. So he showed up to hand in his paperwork, and whoever was there, somebody from the college said, I'm sorry, we can't accept that. It's not sealed. And he didn't know. But the guy took a look at it and he said, it's too bad because you would have been the lowest bid. So, you know, with that, I think we need to do, I think, a better job in trying to ensure that we're getting more local dollars on up here. 7%, if you take a look at who got this, only 7% is high desert money. And with that, I just can't, I can't support that. I know, John, you've done everything you possibly can. I'm sure this contractor is great, but you know, I stand behind all those people that helped pass that $298 million bond. And hopefully, I know when we did the welding building with the help, Sharon, of your husband and Steve and Roger, we worked with Lamar. The college put on a full day presentation for contractors at the Hilton to be sure that if you couldn't bid this time, that you could bid the next time, or you could bid the next time. The one thing that we don't have, and it's getting worse up here, is we don't have the subcontractor force. And I really do believe that there's an opportunity for the college to sit down and to maybe reflect on this tonight, okay? Because I'm sure, again, you know, I'll get the wrath of micromanagement. I cannot vote to put our money outside of this valley. And I don't know what else you could have done, but hopefully by the time that we do the building on down here, that we've really thought about, you know, how many times can we take some PPE money and go to the Hilton Garden Inn and cut a deal with them and get these subcontractors and general contractors. I will say this, that when we did this last time with Trustee Pinkerton, our company actually worked, we pulled all the lists. You can pull the list of all the contractors out here from the State Contractors License Board. And Steve used that. I'm puzzled why somebody like Conco wasn't invited to the party, and they're the largest contractor up here. So
Was there a secret invitation that maybe companies missed? I'm just like super confused at that.
John, can you respond about the invitation of the contractors to bid?
Sure. We follow the public contract code of the state of California. We publish in a local paper 2 consecutive Thursdays or Fridays or Mondays, whatever is required. We have the CUPCA program that has 58 pre-qualified contractors on it. We sent emails to all 58. We posted the bid on 2 nationwide builders exchange services on the internet. I don't know what else to do. I mean, we had one local contractor that our local architect says is really the only game in town. I don't know Conco. I've only been here 2 years. The local contractor, Jurgensen, out of Oak Hills, was $2 million more than the low bid. I don't know what to say. I've never in my career had to go out and ask contractors looking for work to beg to bid my projects. I don't know I don't know Conco. I don't know that they have the capacity for a $8 to $10 million project. I don't know.
But normally general contractors, I don't know if all of you know this, but in my past life, when I lived in Redlands, I worked for a general contractor and for 10 years. And normally they have either a lady like me or a dude like me that that's all they do is watch
They're called business development officers.
right. And so that's what they do is they look for these invitations to bid. And so I think because it wasn't gold laced and hand addressed to that particular company, they lost out. That's on them. That's not on
Well,
us.
I will say this.
I agree. It's a shame they're not local, but I mean, at least we're not going with like
Well,
some nationwide.
This one
gig.
is local. They do all of St. Joe's work. They're based in Apple Valley.
Then they should have bid.
He lives at Jess Ranch. What I did say to Shannon was this.
I mean, no offense to him, but he should.
Well, no, listen, again, because I bring up, I think a shortcoming that I think is a viable one. I said to Shannon that I would publicly ask Dr. Walden to host him for lunch sometime in his office. I think that it would be a great, and maybe John. We don't work with Conco, so I have no dog in the game. I've never done a deal with Conco. We've had him bid some stuff. He's highly respected. We don't run in the same circles. What I'm trying to get at is the issue that we had before when you've got this list right here that some of it is, not everybody I think had necessarily an email address on here. I just think that how we handled the welding building, it worked out really well because we brought the community together and we said, hey, we want to be sure you have the opportunity to bid. If you don't know how to do that, and some of the people up here don't do that, we were offering a service. And I think it created a lot of goodwill. Now, at the end of the day, if they can't qualify, they can't qualify.
So we
So, Joe,
handheld them on as to how to bid. Is
No,
that what happened?
No.
Yeah.
Why
Because-
would
Let me
we do
just say
that?
this.
Huh?
Why would we do that?
Because we, if you were here during the 2008, 2010
Yeah,
downturn,
Yeah.
the market got squashed. I mean, 26,000 homes got foreclosed, contractors left, and a lot of them
What am I
left.
missing?
So let me, can I just interject?
I'm
Because I think, first of all, we handled this the way that we've both been trained to handle.
Understand,
It's
understand.
So I
it's
did
educational
$700 million
standards.
of these projects that I was front and center on in LA. I mean, right there, 700 million. So the process I'm very familiar with, John's very familiar with. He's been a CBO in California community colleges for 25 years. What we did not know was the history that you shared, but that was after we had already had a bidding process.
Correct.
So I
And
can
I know
assure you-
that trustee Tarpley hasn't seen the documents that you
No,
saw.
and I'm
Right.
also a
No,
little.
that's true. And I am, will tell you that John and I will seriously look at this history and consider when we do the bidding, which would be the next
You may
project.
want to talk to Dr. Wagner because it was a.
I'll call Roger, but when we do the bidding this fall, I'm happy to do a thing at the Hilton. And I don't know about what it would cost for the billboard, but I'm happy to do something like that. I really would hope that we would invite local contractors and make sure everybody had a bite at the apple. So that's the commitment I'll make to you going forward as a board, because I think you all have responsibilities to your community. And I don't see, this is not a micromanaging thing for the board to have a discussion and ask me something to consider in the future. I can just tell you that we were just doing what we have been trained all these years to do
Mhm.
without knowing the history.
That's industry standard. It is, you are doing
Yeah, I know.
exactly
I know.
what's
When-
right.
And you know, I came from construction, so I'm very well aware of all this whole thing, but But when we do the event center and the football stadium, when that gets out of DSA and we go through bidding, John's on, he and I have already talked about it. We looked at your email, the things you sent that went on about the welding. We can replicate that or do something similar to make sure the cage gets rattled up here so that as many of the high desert people can get in it as possible.
As you said 2 hours ago, we're going to put out a contract, a 3-year contract, and everybody's going to know VVC.
Yeah.
I want to be sure that everybody in the real estate industry and the general contracting industry and the plumbing industry knows we're going to build a $30 million building.
So we will do our best to do that.
And you know what? That's how we bring our community together.
Happy to do that. That's
I
a wise
do
thing.
have another concern though, and please take this the right way, but you have said twice on 2 issues now that there have been emails going on between you and Brandon and Dan. I feel personally like I have less of the information than half the board because I don't know what the hell these emails are about. And so you guys are all prepped and then I get these like, oh, hey, by the way, here's what's happening.
I assume that you knew, so I guess I'm wrong.
No, and I don't feel like that's fair, honestly.
we-
Why are there
We were not
emails
able to
going on
include
in
the other board
pre-meeting?
members in the discussion because once you get to a third board member.
Right, I understand that, but there's all of this pre-meeting going on and it's basically navigating this whole meeting and none of us are only the special people are at the party. This isn't, to me, that's not right. I don't understand why that's even happening.
I don't want to be one of the special people.
I don't either, but I'm just saying, like, especially if it's involving all of these, but I'm just saying you guys have like more knowledge than the rest of us. I don't understand what's going on.
Let me try to fill you in a little bit.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
of course. Go ahead.
Okay. I do remember when they had that, where they had contractors around here come in and they went through the whole process with them, which I thought was really good because my brother is a general contractor up in Napa. And I do know if he doesn't get the contract, he loses out. You know, if somebody from the outside, he loses out and the buck doesn't stop in that community. It goes outside that community. If he gets the bid, obviously it's going to stay inside that community. He does work for the wineries there and other places. Let me brag about him a little bit. He's an artist with stone. But the thing is that if somebody on the outside gets that bid not in that community, he loses out and the community loses out. The buck doesn't stop there. That's why I get what Joe's saying.
Oh, I absolutely
I get what he's
understand
saying, that we want to keep things up here. It's just like we want our kids to stay up here and go to
Yep.
this school. It's the same thing with the contractors. We
Right.
want them in this area because it's very important. We want the buck to stay here, not out there, but here in this community. So what he's saying, I feel like he's in the right here as far as that goes. I don't know about all the email thing, but all I'm saying is that I just remember from when they went through the process of that, it was a really good thing. And the buck stayed here.
Right, and I agree with that. However, we can't make those students stay here and we can't make these
No, we can't.
contractors bid this. I mean, that's the whole thing of it.
No,
They have to be willing to hustle to get the buck to
Yeah.
be in this community.
I know we can't make, but our goal is to try and get most kids to stay here and our
Oh,
goal should
absolutely.
be the
Trustee
same thing with
Tarpley?
the.
Shannon Denmark has done a lot of work out here. And I think if Steve Garcia were here, he would tell you that they've had a good relationship. Why he wasn't on this list when there are other people on this list was part of my question. At the end of the day, I only want to be sure that every contractor that has a general contractor's license that has the capacity. So you've worked for contractors, you understand capacity.
Yep. I
Okay.
do.
I'm hiring contractors to do my development, so I understand their bonding. As long as we've hit every one of them, and if every one of them turns us down and says, I don't want to work for VVC, then I feel good.
But when you hire general contractors, do you have a hand-holding meeting to show them exactly how to bid a job?
No, actually, I'm selling the dirt to the developer and it's
Okay.
gonna be his deal,
But do you see my point?
yeah, no.
Okay.
I understand. I also know in this case that because of prevailing wage, which I don't like, Okay, we're paying 40% more to have that building built. So yeah, I was bothered when I called somebody like Shannon Denmark. If Shannon walked in the door right now, I wouldn't know. I would not know it. Okay. I mean, he took the call
Me
and
neither.
just said, no, he just said, I wasn't invited. I was shocked. So was Robert Martinez. And then when I had the conversation with Chet Hitt yesterday, he was even more, he just shared a story. He wasn't mad at VVC, he just said, if I had had more time, I hopefully would have been one of those contractors, and maybe brought our number from 7-9%. We're at 7%. I can't vote for that. I just can't. That's just my conscience. It's nothing personal. Again, sorry for asking questions.
You don't have to apologize for asking questions. I want to address Jen's thing. So basically, the short version is that Joe was sending emails to Dan, making inquiry. Why didn't we have a billboard? Why didn't we contact Lexor, whoever they are, the billboard company? Why didn't we do this? Lamar, did we do this? Did we do that? I was CC'd on those emails. I presume in my capacity as board president. That's kind of why I said I wish I wasn't one of the special people. I was Malcolm in the middle. So Joe was emailing Dan. Dan's trying to provide responses.
I think I added you on there to begin with.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was on there, but I think I was on there like, because I was the board president. I think if Sharon was the board
Yeah,
president, Sharon
exactly.
would have been, Sharon could have got to be Malcolm in the middle. But essentially it was the back and forth emails between Joe and Dan, with Joe saying, well, did we do this? And did we do that? Why don't we do that? And Dan saying, I think something to the effect of, we invited everybody. We talked to some people. They didn't want the job. Many people who were local are not qualified for the job. And of all the people, one person bid it and they were 2 million over. That was going back and forth. And I was in the middle of those emails. So it wasn't like, it definitely was not Joe saying like, hey, Brandon, next week, let's get together and vote yes or vote no or abstain, or let's punk Jennifer or whatever. It was nothing like that.
I swear that's what you guys were emailing.
There was. I did say in one of them, let's punk Jennifer.
I'm thinking about that now, but not
All right, let's punk Jennifer and Bridge. And then good luck getting to our cars, because they're gonna shank us in the parking lot. But it was a conversation more of Joe posing inquiries, pretty much the same thing as what he's saying tonight.
Okay, it just feels.
What was with the
late to the party.
advertising? Why didn't we rent out the room at the Holiday Inn? Why didn't we have something to help them get their bids together? What was done? Why wasn't this done? And so that was flying back and forth with my interjections in, but it was no like predetermination of, Dan saying, well, I'll do this, and
There's no.
we'll
Brown Act
bring
violation.
in Chet Plumbing to do that. And then, okay, is that cool? And then he's saying, yeah, okay, now we're going to vote yes or whatever. It was nothing.
Let me
like
say
So
this.
this was put out as we decided way back to put this out as a design bid build. So that means we weren't going to be the general contractor.
Right.
We believe that we could have, well, I don't want to go into history, but
Well, and
anyway,
it's a local
there's
architect.
the other
that we
way
have.
you can do it is you can basically function as the general contractor and you can sub out.
Right.
That is not how, just is not how I would have, that's not how I would manage.
We don't
this.
have the capacity to do that here.
So.
Right. And I
That
think,
is kind of how the one stop was done,
and
but that's
the
not
welding
how that would not be my leadership style with this college. We are trying to reach the Aspen Prize. We're doing all this other stuff. And all this becomes a distraction if you're not careful. I've been around where I saw that. So when we go out with the event center, I plan to put it out as a design bid build unless the board was specifically to direct me otherwise.
But the
And
design
when you
bid
do
build-
design bid build, you don't get to go pick the subs.
Right.
So the contractor, what we will do is encourage this contractor, if assuming you approve it, is to would be to use as many locals as possible and to use our students when they can, and, you know, from our construction area and all that kind of thing. And what I said earlier, when we do the event center, having now known the history, if I'd have known all this before, well, we could have done it differently. But the next big project is that we'll have a shindig somewhere and try to make sure everybody knows.
Dr. Walden, on your design bid build though, you have a construction management company, don't you? That's a
No.
part of that
There's
package.
always
No, we don't have one.
It's a general
You don't?
contractor and an architect.
No, we're managing it in-house. That's part of the architect, myself, and the inspector, and our administration or admin assistant here will manage the project.
No,
We don't
did
need
we
a
have it on
construction manager.
John, did we have it on the one stop?
We had, the one stop was a construction manager, multi-prime design delivery. Okay? It was
Yeah.
a multi-prime delivery that requires a construction manager, and we fired the first one because they weren't performing, and we had to go get another one. We were paying them $42,000 a month to manage the project. And it didn't really work out that well. And that's why Steve and I decided that, and with Dr. Walden, that we would go design, bid, build, because the CM multi-prime at the one stop, we don't believe was the best delivery method.
I got it. Let me say this, Dr. Walden. We see the construction industry probably closer than anybody does up here. I think we all agree that the high desert looks a whole lot better today in construction than it has. But to give you a number that's really kind of staggering, last year, the high desert produced 1,190 new homes. Okay, in all 5 cities, and the first district and the third district. In 2005, we pulled 7,649 permits. So we're down 84%. When I moved up here in '88, there were 440 spot home builders up here. And then all these little centers that you see today, those are all being built. So what we've lacked up here is a construction industry that we had at one time. And a lot of them left when George Air Force Base closed. A lot of them left in 2010. And one of the problems that we're having in the industry up here is developers can't get the contractors to build up here. And that's a problem that the college will eventually, we have a construction management program, might want to deal with, because that does have an end result in the number, you know, the multiplier effect of the number of people. You build a house, you have 20 people that are employed in building that house, and the number goes. So it's a real serious problem that we see up here, and I'm very concerned about it. I've got a big project in Barstow that as we talk to developers, they are really concerned about the lack of depth that we have here that was very different 30 years ago when I moved here.
But do you see how what you just said is contradictory to we didn't get local bids? Well, that's 'cause
No,
we
I
don't
do.
have
No,
the pool.
no, it wasn't contradictory to what I said. What I said, because you weren't here 4 years ago, we went through this huge process that really worked well. And when we went through the process, the outcome was the outcome. So we went through the process. The college really went out. We sat down, we marketed it. We worked the newspaper. There was ads on the radio.
I think
And at the
Dan
end of the
already
day-
answered the question though, with the different kind of project. We're not going out with Steve Garcia being the lead guy and going out and hiring subs. So in this area, I think if this project was being bid where subs could come in and just bid the project straight as a sub, I think we probably would have had more local involvement. The project went out as one big.
It's industrial general contract.
And my
Bid.
initial question was a
Right.
short time in bidding, two ads in the daily press when very few people look at the daily press. Now, the days of the bid rooms that you would
Well,
have,
but
you know, you'd go to bid rooms. Those days are over. There are no bid rooms anymore. It's all done electronically.
So this was advertised enough that former trustee Pinkerton sent me a text message with a screenshot of the ad that was put out for the project.
Yeah, and he
right?
brought
So
I try to make.
So it's like people who aren't even contractors. I mean, former trustee Pinkerton, John, I mean, he has ties to the college, and that would pop to him if he saw VVC, and he's still interested. He still cares about this place. So I get that it would catch his eye, but he's not in the contracting business. He's not trying to come and bid any jobs, and yet he spotted it online. I mean, I'm on the fence because Joe, I 100% agree with you that I wish we could keep the dollars local.
Yes.
I 100% wish that the person who won the contract was a local contractor who employed all local people, and then they were going to buy all the materials locally, right? And keep the money here in the community that we all live in and we play in and we shop in. I wish that was the case. But I also agree with Jennifer to the extent of, you know, whose fault is it? Is it Dan's fault that all these construction companies up here fell asleep at the switch? Is it Dan's fault that?
What have we gone from 27%, I think, and John Nolan, tell me if I'm right or wrong, 27% the one stop to 7% on this one?
Because you're comparing apples to oranges.
Well, no, I
That's
was
why.
just the percentage.
Different delivery method, Joe.
Right, the different delivery method, that was bid.
We bid out plumbing, we bid out electrical, we bid out HVAC.
Right, a tile guy from Apple Valley.
I'm just talking
could
about the
come and-
local dollars.
Well, no, but
However you bid
you
it, it's
can't, you
bid.
can't compare apples to oranges. You know better than this, Joe. This is your business. You know better than this. You can't say, oh, hey, the last job, the school accepted bids from tile setters, rock guys, landscape guys, electrical guys, plumbers, you know, finished carpenters, any one little niche, a tile guy could come and bid the job to lay the tile, and they could get the job. Just directly tile guy straight to Steve Garcia or to John, bid the job. There you go. Now with this going for one contract to bid the entire job, yeah, that tile guy can't come over and submit a
He has
bid,
to bid to the general.
right? He's got to bid to the other guy. So you're comparing apples to oranges, and you know you're doing that. You
So
have to
let's
know,
do
'cause this
this.
is
At
your
the end of the
business.
project, hopefully the general contractor hears what we're talking about tonight. At the end of the project, he comes back and said, I went from 7%
Well, I think
to
Dan,
15%.
I think Dan made it very clear that he said that they intend to talk to the
Yeah.
winning person and encourage them to use local labor and local
And the architect will
subs
do that as well, who is local
and the
and has
architect
local
and
relationships.
use students. So, I mean, vote. No, I don't care how you vote. I don't care how anybody in this room votes. Vote your heart.
No,
Like, I don't care if you vote yes or no or abstain, so long as you are voting what you believe in and you're voting your heart, then I support whatever vote anybody in this room makes. But you're comparing apples to oranges. So I 100% agree with you that I wish that more of that money stayed local, right? Even in my business.
I think we all do.
I work under a contract. The contract's with the county of San Bernardino. I live in Hesperia. One of the other attorneys that does this, she lives up in Fort Irwin on the Army base. And 4 people who are on the contract drive from Corona, Orange County. Trying to think of where the other one's from, like Claremont-ish area, right? And somewhere else down the hill. There's nobody to hire. There's nobody who wants the job. There's nobody to hire. So they have to hire people from these other areas, and they pay them to drive up here to come up here and work at the Victorville courthouse. They would love to hire somebody local. There's nobody there. There's nobody filling out a job application. You know, there's attorneys here, but they're, well, I don't want to do that. So we can't force them to do it. I agree that I did very much like and support when we really went out and worked with the community to stir up involvement. But at the same time, you're friends with all these people. You know all these people. Why don't you send out an email to say, hey, guys, pay closer attention, because, you know, I would like for the money to stay local and pay attention, or send a list of the contacts to Dan's. You have their contacts, provide them to Dan, right? Like, then he's got it. So when they send out to the list that he has, it goes out. Like, I mean, it's,
The college can contact the state contractor's license board and pull down everybody in by a zip code. So nobody gets fair, just pulled all the data. You know, it
Well,
was- I
okay,
think we-
then.
I think we've beat this one to death. It's been a good conversation.
Right. I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, these contractors have to take a little responsibility for their own source of income, right? I mean, if these guys are doing whatever they're doing, working on another job, laying by the pool, I don't know what they're doing. Right? Maybe they're out bidding other jobs. I have no idea, but they got to take a little responsibility to say, hey, we got to keep a keener eye out. Right? And you've committed to working a little harder to entice them. And I think there you go. So,
Well, and
Any
so for
other-
that reason, we appreciate the feedback. What the vote is be on tonight, and then Jeff, you can tell me if I'm incorrect. It's either to accept this as the lowest bid under the contract code or reject all bids.
That's correct. That's the
So
And
no
if-
one-
and if that happened, we'd go bid it again.
You'd have to go bid it again, and we could do all this other stuff with the risk of several things. One is that your bids come in even higher because prices are going up. At least that's what the construction people are telling us. And second is it will be a delay for the students and for the college and moving forward. And this is we actually were afraid we were going to get back $14 and $15 million bids, and then we were going to have to look at the whole thing. So when they came in like this, from 8.6 to 10.6, 9 contractors, they were within $2 million of one another. We were relieved.
And Dan, I believe that Dr. Walden, I believe that 7 of them were spread within about 400 grand.
Some of them were like almost right on the
Yeah, they're
money.
like 9.1, 9.2, 9.6.
very
9.
close.
And
They
forgive
were-
me, it's late, but the lowest one is 2 million under budget, correct? Something like,
1.4 million under budget.
all right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
We had one guy bid up here. He must have seen
He bid, he,
it. He saw it.
oh, yeah.
Yep,
He saw it.
Jurgensen out of
Yeah,
Oak Hills.
He bid.
He must have got the gold.
Dennis, I'm not here to debate whether or not Shannon Denmark said to me, he didn't get on the invite list. He didn't get on the invite list. I just brought it up for,
But it's not by invitation only, correct?
well, I'm deeply concerned and I'm going to vote accordingly.
No, I would remind the board that when you advertise for a bid, the local paper, the title of the advertisement is notice inviting bids. So we're inviting everybody to bid that's qualified to do it. So to say someone wasn't invited is not true. We invited everybody in the newspaper.
Yep.
Notice inviting bids.
I stand corrected.
And I got to
Uh,
back up now too, just not to waste any more
Oh,
time,
hang on
but
just
I got to
second,
fix.
Brandon. I
Huh?
just wanted to make a correction. John, he's watching, John's.
Yeah,
watching.
no, I know. I was going to make the
You
same
just-
correction.
Okay.
So on March 2nd at 11:42 a.m., John Pinkerton, this is this March 2nd, he sent me a text, and the text reads, "Attention contractors and subcontractors," and then goes on to talk about bidding a job. I responded back to John, "Good deal," and he said, "Yes, sir." So there we go. There's the conversation. That's the conversation that I just referenced, indicating that Pink had even seen it. And then as I'm sitting here, Pink is texting me going, "No, dude, that was 2016. So he must have sent me, he texted me on March 2nd, this last March 2nd.
Former trustee Pinkerton, I appreciate
Couple
you
days
hearing
ago.
the facts and relaying them so that people here
Right.
all
yeah.
get it correct.
And I want to correct that as well, because I received it on this March 2nd, just a few days ago. When I saw, you can see the size of the font. I can see attention contractors and subcontractors. I didn't see a date. I just thought, oh,
How
that's.
John keeps something that is
I know.
5 years old.
Well, I'm
I
like,
think I got that on Facebook actually from him.
He's got to
Right.
have the biggest Facebook presence of anybody in
Trust me,
here.
I have to go through a lot of stuff and get rid of a lot of
So-
stuff.
when I
Way to
saw
go,
it,
John. We
I
love
was
you.
like, why am I getting something from 2016?
right. So
Okay.
when I saw it, on March 2nd, a week ago, I was like, oh, good deal. Like, hey, we're going out, like the bid, we're putting it out online or whatever. And John said, yeah, cool, whatever. And then there you go. And then here I sit tonight saying what I'm saying. And then John's
Like, no, no,
texting
no,
me
no.
going, no, dude, like, no, that was 5 years ago, 2016. So
I won't tell you what he actually said on my phone.
bad timing, right? He's like he's lying, squash him like a bug. Like you got him where you want him.
He goes,
He's
"Go
against
for
the
it."
ropes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, John. Thanks
We're
for
gonna
the
vote.
text, but any other discussion? Did you, Sharon, were you just making the correction that John was?
I'm just making the correction. You wanted me.
Good looking out, John, by the way, and like quit watching our videos, dude. That's weird, seriously.
Stalker.
Right, stalker, like
We miss you,
Dennis,
John.
anything, anybody else? All right. Student trustee advisory vote.
Oh, my computer died.
We're voting,
Is it time to go home?
we're voting on women's
We're
rights.
voting on whether or not we're gonna get a solar report done.
Okay. If
Women's
we're-
rights.
If we're voting on that, my
We're
personal
voting on the
opinion is
topic.
no, it's a waste of time, money and resources, and we need to get back to what's actually important and why we're here, which is education and students.
We're talking about accepting the.
Yeah,
like,
we're doing
this
this
lowest
is the
bid
construction
Or
thing
denying all of the bids.
to rehab the buildings.
I'm sorry, will you say that one more time?
To rehab, this is item 10.1, an
Okay,
agreement
thank
with
you.
Park West Construction to rehab the buildings,
That took 40 minutes.
the buildings that were vacated, and now they're gonna repurpose them for students, right, Dan?
So 2 buildings are instruction. They'll be the social science buildings. And one building, 55, will be the administration building. For all it. So.
Yep, I know where we are now.
Oh,
I
three
just,
buildings.
I couldn't figure out where we were for a second. That went around for a very long spin. So my vote is yay. My student advisory vote is yay.
We don't have the, okay, you're gonna get it.
What? Oh, the pulling it up.
We do not serve enough wine at this to go this long.
Can we split screen that? Tim, you can do
Well, get him a remote,
everything
the poor
else.
man
You
keeps
know
getting
what?
up.
Get the college up and the board's going back to the boardroom.
Right,
Maybe that'll be.
exactly, dude. I like that idea.
Board meeting in the boardroom.
Did you get the vote up? Is it in yet or no?
Oh, we're waiting on trustee Brady.
Oh, Joe, you need to vote.
I did.
She said she's waiting on your vote.
I voted.
Oh, now he's refusing to vote. Here he goes. Filibuster Joe. Filibuster
You know the
Joe
little
over
box
here.
that said nay? That's the one I voted on.
It doesn't
Okay,
take
so
that
go ahead
one.
and mark that for him.
It's not even showing.
I don't know.
Is it gone?
He said nay.
I voted nay.
He's voting no.
No.
I'm being too punchy. No.
No button doesn't work.
It's
You know,
lost in the
first time
cloud.
We found out in 2 years that the no vote button doesn't work.
Right,
Yeah.
the no votes,
It doesn't work.
the no votes turned off.
That's a vote that everybody.
All right, 10.2, non-resident tuition fees. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by trustee, or
Brady.
by Brady. Man, it is getting late
Uh-huh.
now. Second by Brady. Is there any discussion?
I hope not.
And student advisory vote?
Yay.
And Michelle, I can go really fast, but I'll just look at you and you tell me when I can move on. Go. 11.1, renewal of administrator contract. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Second by Henderson. I think mine timed out.
Do what? All right, 11.2, new academic administrator, instructional dean, School of Public Safety and Industrial Technology. Is there a motion?
Motion. Oh,
Um,
Henderson.
Motion
So-
by Henderson, second by Brady,
Well, thi-
and discussion from Dr. Walden.
Well, just information, I'm not discussing, just FYI, this dean replaces Todd Scott, who was moved into Peter Pumalo's place. And so this is a replacement for him. Mackenzie Tarango, she went to school here. She went on, got her doctorate somewhere else. She worked for Victorville Union High School District, and then lately has been working at the Hesperio. She has a stellar name, reputation up here. And so she comes with high credentials, and if you approve this, she's waiting, and Todd will introduce her to the board.
I would say, first of all, I was led to believe that there could be no replacement for Todd Scott.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
And is there any other discussion?
I would say this.
Improvement.
Do you want to, would you like her to introduce herself before we vote, or?
No,
No.
after.
No, after, okay, so
I
discussion.
think I've known Mackenzie for a really, really, really long time. And I can tell you the one thing about her is if she says she's going to do something, she does it at 120%. She's real clear. She's always been very, very focused. And when Dr. Walden said something to me last week when we were talking, I was really excited. She will bring a level of energy here that she's no nonsense, no BS. Mackenzie, I'm really proud of you. It's, we've gone round and round on all kinds of stuff, and I've seen you really grow, and I'm really proud that you're now here. So this is a very easy vote for me. Do we want to have a longer discussion?
No, thank
Any
you.
other
Only
discussion? And student advisory vote?
Yay.
And Todd, we're waiting for the results. Drum roll, please. I say Mackenzie gets hired if she's willing to sit on this meeting this
All
long.
right. Todd, do you want to introduce Mackenzie?
Yes, Dr. Tarango, we had very some stiff competition for this position, which again speaks to Victor Valley College, where it's headed, and the quality of individuals that we have applying for these positions from all over the state of California. And Mackenzie came out on top, and what some of the board members have mentioned about Mackenzie, I can back up 100%. Since I've been here, I've seen her in action. So very excited to have her, and we'll let her say a few words. Dr. Tarango.
Thank you. And I just want to say how grateful I am to join the VVC team. It really has been something that I've wanted to do my entire life. And I'm humbled and honored by this opportunity. Joe, thank you for those very kind words. I appreciate that. Dr. Scott, Dr. Walden, and board, thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to working with you and working together to bring these goals to fruition. So thank you so much for the vote, and I look forward to working with you.
Congratulations.
I sent you
Mackenzie.
my congrats by text before we voted.
Well, thank you.
I thought it would be a pretty no-brainer.
All right, 12.1 ACCJC midterm report. We did receive this early.
Yes.
Michelle, thank you for that. 38 page, I believe, read. Lots of really good information. I had it memorized, the part that was my favorite part to read, but I responded to you, Dr. Walden, with that. At
And
this
you're
hour,
correct in your response.
What's that?
You're correct in your response.
I thought you said I was incorrect. I was like, yeah,
No.
it's
His
10
response-
o'clock. Let's do this.
His response is basically, no, I think it should be stated, and I felt the same way when I read it. Okay, it's good, but this really shows us we really got a ways to go, and we've got to improve. So I think that the report will be received by the commission, but we're working on things. The next report's going to look a lot better than this one.
I think that I was looking at item 3, right? And then when I responded, I don't want to take the time to pull the email, but because I read it earlier this week, or sorry, late last week. Item 3, right?
Boy, I don't know. It's too late for me to.
Oh, yeah, it is. All right. Well, anyway, I hope that everybody read it. It is 38
Yes,
pages
yes.
long, but it is a lot of really good information. A lot of what's going on around campus, what's happening, what's changing, what's been identified. A really good report, and I think a really positive report.
You know what,
It takes a lot of guts for somebody to say, hey, you know what? This is how we're doing this thing. We can do it better. And so here's how we're going to do it in the future. It takes a lot of guts to go out like that and put it in writing. And I found the entire 38 pages to be very positive.
No, I'll just echo what you said. I got the feeling that we were not bearing our soul, but basically saying, these are things that we haven't done well. These are things that we're doing. This is where we're going to go. So I thought it kind of flowed. I mean, I still remember reading my first accreditation report the day after I became a trustee here. And boy, that was something that, boy, if that wouldn't put you to sleep, I mean, nothing would. I mean, it was, I recited.
400 pages?
No, but I recited page 52. Dennis was here at the time. I beat that page to death because it's over the budget, because it was about numbers. But no, I thought it was well written. It made me feel like we've gone somewhere and that we're going somewhere. You know, we've been there. We're it's the past, the middle, and the future. So
Well, and that's what the commission actually wants to hear at a midterm.
yeah.
You know, what did you get done? What didn't get done?
And where are
Because
you
you
going?
can't tell them you did everything. They won't believe you.
Yeah.
So I pulled it up while that was happening. It is goal 3, strategic goal 3 was what I was on about. And that's the institutional climate improvement. I remember, Dan, the night that you were interviewed, you said in your interview, it's important that if you want to have a cohesive, and correct me, I'm probably butchering it, but we'll get there. If you want to have, a cohesive group, a family that's all working together for the same goal, you can't show up with a boat and tell everybody to get in the boat.
Right.
Everybody has to participate in building the boat. And then once the boat is built, then everybody, you won't have to tell them to get in the boat. They'll want to be in the boat. They'll get in the boat on their own.
You passed the test.
Is that pretty close?
That was on the test.
That was good. I got it. And so when I read this and I looked at the identify more strategies, which again is telling me that it's already happening, but people are looking to increase this, to do better at it. Identify more strategies for increasing employee participation in the decision-making process. And then it goes on with quality of communication, et cetera. Looking at that, back when you talked about the building the boat, I think in this day and age, anybody who's worked for a couple of companies and been to some of these trainings and used to listen to Roger Wagner with the servant leadership and kind of watch like the Google models of today and whatever, I think it's pretty well known that the more invested people are, the more ownership people feel in the place, the more they put in and the happier they are. And the happier they are, the better they treat everyone around them, and the place just becomes great, kind of accidentally or organically. And so I just really liked that particular section, that section 3. I thought it was phenomenal. It was all good, but if anybody hasn't read it yet, for sure, take the time to read the 38 pages. Read them tonight when you get home. You'll be asleep by page 10 or so.
I don't know how many people we still have listing, but there was a lot of people that worked on this. And so kudos to the college participants, and thank you. I'm not going to start naming names because I've missed too many.
Yeah.
But if you participated in any way, even as the Senate voted and the college council voted, this was a campus-wide effort. So thank
Yeah,
to everybody.
and I did, when I read this, I intended to start my comments by reading all the names at the top on the second page or third page there of everybody who had the major input on it, but sorry, guys, at 10:20 at night, we're skipping that, which everybody who's on the list is probably thankful for. We have a motion, we have a second, I believe.
Oh, did we have a motion on that?
How do we end up? Oh, is
Yeah,
there, then we do,
so I'll make
we're
a
way ahead of
motion.
ourselves. Trustee Tarpley motion, second. Brady, student advisory vote.
Yay.
We did get ahead of ourselves into that discussion, didn't we?
Yeah, it's due at the end of the month, so this will mean Todd has to get with it.
Get with it, Todd.
Todd's got to do some work, huh?
He's gotta get it in the mail.
Get with it, Todd. Oh, you just gotta mail it.
Well, electronically, they want everything electronic.
Make sure you get some signatures.
We're not signing anything at this level.
You have the signature page?
12.2, yeah, I saw a signature page go by when I was scrolling, I think, at least in the attachments.
I'll be waiting in the parking lot.
Yeah, Brandon's.
You
No.
need a motion on 12.2, 12.2.
12.2, Apple Valley Unified School District.
Motion.
So I'll just,
Motion.
let me just say about the next, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next 6 items are all MOUs, keeping the dual enrollment going in these. So you have to have one with every district. Their board has to vote, you have to vote. So you could do it quick though.
Could we do one motion for?
Yeah, can we do it? Of course, we'll spend more time doing it that way. So 12.2,
We tried.
motion by Henderson, second by Brady, right? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
I've learned my lesson about trying to do it the quick way. 12.3, Excelsior Charter
Motion.
Schools. You want me to talk?
Hold on, Michelle, what?
slow? Do you? There we go.
It's
So we're
a
good?
little slower.
All right. 12.3 Excelsior Charter School. MOU, is there MOU, is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Any discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
Twelve point four Hesperia Unified School District, MOU. Is there a motion? Motion by Brady,
Second.
second by Pinkerton. Is there any discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
12, oh, sorry, I'm watching. 12.5 Victor Valley Unified High School District, MOU.
Motion.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Any discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
Twelve point six Snowline Joint Unified School District
Motion.
Memorandum, MOU. Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Any discussion? Student advisory vote.
Yay.
So we're checking with legal, seeing from now on, we can get all these in the consent agenda.
Oh,
That'd be great.
good.
So.
No, we need to stay later.
I'm down.
I really do. I mean, we need to take a couple 15-minute breaks.
Joe, the bedtime guy.
No, with our new building, I mean, hopefully we have some beds
That's
over
'cause-
there.
That's because you live next door. Some of us have to drive 30 minutes.
That's what, that's
Hey,
your choice.
tread lightly. Some people have to drive an hour.
Okay.
And we're
they
just
win, they
filibustering
win.
while we're waiting for the vote to come in. If there's anybody left in TV land, I'm watching. The second it pops up, we're on to 12.7.
Yeah, we said there's 12.
There's 12 people hanging. There it
Next
is.
one.
12.7 Oro Grande High School District,
Just school
Motion.
district.
MOU, huh?
Just school district,
What'd I
Motion.
say?
high school district.
Oh, school district, MOU, motion by Brady. Did I hear a second by Henderson? Any discussion? Jen, is this create a conflict for you at all or no?
It's not my,
Oh, it's not
realm
your
at all, no.
people, okay. Student advisory vote,
Yay.
there we go. 12.8 participation agreement. Strong
Motion.
workforce program, round 5, motion by Brady,
second.
second by Pinkert, by
Henderson-
Tarpley,
Hen- doesn't matter.
second by
By
Tarpley. Discussion.
Income.
What?
$720,000 income.
718,997.
Yep.
But now I'm wondering where the other $2,000 went.
This is coming from the region.
Student advisory vote.
Yay.
All right, nothing for instruction. Curriculum changes all the way down to item 15.1.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a
Second,
second?
Brady.
Motion Brady, second Tarpley.
Trustee Brady,
Oh,
trustee Brady. Still need your vote on 12.8.
sorry, I didn't.
We
And
all
I was
are.
looking down and moved on before I saw it pop up on the screen. I'm sorry.
Michelle, since we didn't have a long discussion, I got bored.
Right.
Oh my God. I'm gonna throw stuff at you.
Well, sometimes the curriculum change is that's what spurs the student trustee out of the chute sometimes, is this one. No,
There's
not
only-
always.
There's only 4 things on it, and I do read everything. I know everyone thinks that I'm so non-controversial, but it's the way, if you look at it, it's the way sometimes that board vote documents are worded. If they swayed the other way, I would have a lot of nays. But
She's
Well, no,
not
I mean
wrong.
curriculum changes though, like just
No.
historically, it's this curriculum change thing that spurs a lot of
Mhm.
student trustees.
I know
to-
what's on it. It's aviation, it's advanced math, it's about changing the lettering on something else for computer technology. None of it affects me. Like,
So-
I don't think that they're detrimental to raise my heel about.
Are we
So-
good? Are we up to this? So we had a motion by Brady, second by Tarpley on 15.1, and then we're in discussion.
I will
Because you were in
be
the
in the
middle of it.
future. I had some discoveries, some enlightening things. I will be paying more attention to this item and advising the board of what you may be passing that you don't know you're passing. But this one's okay this month. But
Well,
the
we get them in advance.
Right.
We know what
will
we're,
you open the curriculum changes and see them all?
absolutely. I'm not gonna vote on it if I don't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna watch it closer too.
Okay.
I have Todd watching it, so. Because if we're gonna go forward and we're gonna be cutting edge college, some things are not what we should be doing.
All right. I mean, that sounds good.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep us.
I like the
Whatever you vote, you should work
anticipatory warning of that, but
I
I do
know.
always look at the curriculum changes on the side note before we go to the vote. Like, very detailed, because that was one of the very first things you mentioned to me in this position, so I do pay attention to them.
And what's
Like,
going on?
specifically
Well, we
pay
can get
attention
into
to
it at a later date, but what's going on with the pickleball classes that we were
Oh my
starting?
God.
I guess they
Are
never
you kidding
started,
me? It's
huh?
10:30 at night.
Up, here's the vote. Student advisory vote.
Yay.
Yay, okay. There's the vote came up. All right, we're down to 18.1 telehealth for students, master services agreement with the Foundation for California Community Colleges.
Motion.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Discussion.
So what this does, this is 130,000, I think. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, 130,000. It's from the CARES
So we're
Act
using
fund.
CARES Act dollars. And it allows every single student 24/7 access to physicians, psychiatrists, psychologists, just anything like that they need. So this is a year's subscription, so we're using that money. It's a nationwide health provider focusing on college students. And we're told that 70% of the callers have their needs met by calling in. Referrals are made to local providers and those we recommend. VVC's building support nets for the 30% of students who need additional access. Timely MD partnered with Statewide Foundation to begin offering community colleges this in September. 14 California community colleges have currently taken advantage of it. We would be the 15th. The students who use it respond favorably. The biggest challenge is building student usage. So we're working with Robert on marketing plan and promoting to the faculty.
Any further discussion? Well, that was information, sorry. Any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
And 19.1, first read board policy 4235, credit for prior learning. I know this is like a source of a lot of aggravation for students.
Well, we have an AP, but there's no board policy to authenticate it. So the high schools of the other colleges and whatever won't accept it. So this is actually a required BP that we were somehow missing.
Is there a motion? Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Is there any discussion?
It's informational only.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, first read. All right. So we don't even need a motion then, do we? So 19.2, sabbatical leave report from Heinrich. I did read this. Heinrich, is Heinrich on?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he there?
Heinrich, are you here?
No, I don't see him here.
Not here.
Not
Okay.
here? Oh, well.
Nope.
I did read that report. I mean, man, Heinrich, as usual, for those of you in the room that know the guy, talk about making lemons out of lemonade. That guy took the nastiest sour lemons in the world for a time to take a sabbatical and turn them into a beautiful pitcher of lemonade.
You know, and now he has
really
to-
cool
and now he
work.
has to document that stuff. I mean, when you
Right.
look at the documentation, I'm thinking, wow.
Well, I think his actual report was 500 pages.
Oh, yeah.
You just got to 6 pages.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is just a summary. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Just super cool.
He's really into it. I'll tell you that.
So
Heinrich, you know, I love you like 90% and 10%. I hate you because you never take me on any of these trips you go on, but you know how to fix that 10%, buddy. I'm always ready to go.
He could lend you some of his miles that he has, you know, with
Right.
American
Yeah.
Airlines.
He goes to all the coolest places, but that was a cool, really cool read. The report from your sabbatical. The report covered the frogs, man. It covered the frogs and covered all kinds of stuff. It was really cool. I don't know if it's like published for everybody on the campus, but I guess it's on the agenda. So anybody watching that wanted to see it, it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
All the fines and firsts and documents of all
well, he
kinds of
is
stuff.
publishing his work. I think it's already been in some articles already published.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I read the list of publications too. I mean, that list is long and I really appreciate it, I guess, as long as we're sucking up this much time on this thing. I really like the fact that he uses a lot of students in his published papers and documents. I mean, I noticed a lot of credit going to the students in there, that they're being, you know, brought into the fold for the publishing credit, which is cool. I mean, I know a lot of higher learning institutions, they use the students as labor and research, and then, you know, the professor, whoever, they publish under their name, they get all the credit, and the students did, you know, a lot of the work. So I really appreciated that.
He's real active.
Yeah,
That,
so what happens is the board policy, when a professor does a sabbatical, they have to provide the board a report. So it's not anything you vote on.
right, just very cool. I just really enjoyed reading it. I don't know. I'm like,
Time to vote?
We don't vote
We
on
don't
it.
vote.
Informational. 19.3 Sunshine reopeners for contract negotiations between the district and AFT for 2021 and 2022. Is there not yet, right? There's not the other reopeners.
So you'll get CSEA 3 years, a reopener for 3 years. This is only for 1 year because they're wanting to just roll over and we're in the mood to roll over.
All right.
So hopefully that happens, but you'll get CSEA next month for the 3 year.
Okay. There you
That's
go.
going to be a much
I
more
thought we were
intense thing.
close to the time. All right, with that, we are at individual Board of Trustees reports. Joe, we'll start with you.
So if I filibuster this till what, 11?
Do it. That's why I went with you first, because I was like, normally you're the one that goes on and on, so we're gonna start with you.
No, I'm gonna make it real simple because we do all have to get out of here. I would like to see on the next agenda where we stand with the Barstow Community College meeting here.
Well, I would tell you where we stand.
Okay.
I've already called Eva and told her that, asked her, would they be interested? And she said that she would be talking to her board and she would let me know if they have interest to meet. So I'll let you know.
And one of the board members called me and they do. So I probably, the second thing, well, we talked about solar analysis. The redistricting that we sat in this room here 2 years ago and said to the community that we would take a look at. I just out of curiosity the other day, I had the Register of Voters set up the numbers of people that were registered in 2010 in our district and what they were in 2020. Pretty easy math. It's rather interesting. I think there's a memo to you, then you can send it out to the board if you so desire.
Well, there's actually a law. So when there's a new census, you have to redistrict.
Correct.
So I will, as soon as I can find out when the new census stuff's going to come out, we have to hire a demographer, and we'll go through that process. Yes.
Well, we sat in this room when we had this meeting, and the first time that we had the meetings, Doc, hardly anybody showed. Then all of a sudden we came up here and a bunch of people showed, and there was this push to go from 5 to 7 members. And we voted and said, you know what, in 2020 after the census. So my memo to you said, I was kind of curious what the numbers look like for a couple of reasons, not anything have to do with redistricting. And it's interesting to see how the categories of people have changed in the different categories, whether you're an independent voter, or Republican or Democrat. The numbers are rather staggering when you see the deal. So that is something. And then I would like at either next month or the month after some discussion about how the college could be a part of the high desert survey that's been completed. I know that President Wood brought to my attention, it could be a conflict of interest for me to ask for, but I reminded him that many of the people that supplied the money are all members of the foundation board. So I just think it'd be a good conversation to see where the college wants to stand on trying to improve the high desert economy. So nothing more than that.
So the last one you're asking to agendize that?
Yeah, for discussion.
So that's what I was getting on about in the emails. I don't understand what we're discussing. I mean, we can put it on there, but I have a feeling what it's going to be is you saying what you could say during this portion of the board meeting, saying what you want to say about the survey and the report. And then everybody kind of sitting here with a blank stare, probably everybody on the TV wondering what Joe's talking about. And then we're all just going to move on. So I don't, you kept talking about, and you said, we'll talk about it tonight. So let's talk about it, about whether the college wants to be involved with the survey. And this is where I'm getting lost. Maybe I'm just not comprehending what you're getting on about. The survey's done. The results are published, been distributed. To me, that's product that's completed. So how would the college be, quote, involved with the survey? How would we be involved
In the
in a job
implementation,
that's
I think in the implementation side.
What do we?
Well, if you get into if you get into, and I'd rather have it for next month and maybe resend to you what Dr. Husing came out with. His recommendation was
I saw it.
kind of an economic development movement with, a series of players at the table. President Wood, I've already done my job. If the Valley doesn't decide that they want to move forward with it, then the people that spent the money.
You actually answered the question right there pretty clearly, that there is something else left to be done. That's why in the emails I kept saying.
And I think
survey,
that
it's been reported on what else is there to do. You just answered that there is more stuff to do, there's recommendations of what can be done. And so I agree with you that it should go on the agenda. And then I hope that you can help me to understand better what is left to be done so we can have a good discussion.
Well, I want to clarify, we
Until you
we
just
didn't
said that, I was
ignore,
clueless.
we did not ignore the survey. We used the survey in the development of our educational master plan because the recommendations as I saw them, I thought were excellent. And so that's exactly, the part that would belong to the college is exactly what we're trying to do, build partnerships, build economic capacity, so on and so forth. So I don't want you to think we didn't use the survey.
No,
We did use
listen.
the survey.
We've had an issue of COVID. We've had an issue of COVID. And we've had an issue of COVID. We had 27,000 eyeballs on a Sunday, October 4th, want to figure out a part of what's gone wrong up here, why we don't have a workforce, why we have a decline. And we just see it all over. For those that were not here in 88, when I had the chance to move here in 1989, with the help of your predecessor, Dr. Gould, we cut the deal for an economic development commission that was basically sponsored by the college. So the college was really the center point, and everybody, it kind of all worked around the college. And that's, I think, part of the conversation. This started with a call I got last month from somebody out in Barstow saying they had seen the report and what were we doing? And I said, the COVID issue isn't quite over. The report's not anything's going to change immediately. There's a movement by John Ohanian who's developing Tapestry. He really wants to get involved. He wants to create a board that I think might be a little bit too expensive for a lot of people, but it was really purpose of just discussion. If the college wants to discuss it, great. If they don't, that's all right too.
No, that you answered the question. I wish you would have just said that in the email. Because then I wouldn't have been all confused for the last week. But no, that perfectly answered the question. There is something to be done, right? There is still things
A whole
to be
bunch.
done as a result of the survey. So I don't have any problem with it being on the agenda, and we'll put it on, and we can see what might be relevant for the college to be involved with. I think the college does want to be involved with the betterment of the community. So Dr. Hughes
Hope so.
made those recommendations, and there you go. Jennifer, comment. I'm sure it's going to be long.
Yes. I didn't know that we were using this time to agendize things. I don't really know what's going on anymore. I'm very confused. So now we're supposed to develop things we want on the agenda?
No, technically, according to the agenda, everybody abuses the crap out of this section, to be perfectly honest. But there's no stopping it. Item 20 is board communication, and it says, at this time, the Board of Trustees will report on matters directly related to their function as board members, attendance at conferences, professional affiliations, and community involvement. And I just misspoke when I said everybody abuses the crap out of it. You're the only person in the history of my time on the board that has never abused it. You always talk about your training, involvement, what you've been doing. All the rest of us, me included, talk about probably 50%, at least 50%, probably 90% stuff that doesn't fit within that box of the requirement.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want kudos. I just wanted clarification, because if you guys want a list from me of what you want agenda, or what I personally want agendized, then that's what I'll give you during this time. I'm just so confused as to what
you can.
I'll give you the really cliff notes, really short.
Mhm.
The cliff notes are, as the president of the college, CEO, in conjunction with the president of the board, develops the agenda. but a board member can make a request for, and I have a legal opinion on this, while I'm speaking for that. Can request for an item to be added to the agenda, and if the board is consensus, in other words, there's not any problem with it with the rest of the board, we'll put it on the agenda.
Okay,
Dr. Walden, if I could bring some clarification.
that would be great.
So like, for example, at the end of, in LA, so I was there for a long time, you know, at the end of the board meeting during this comment thing, that's when you would hear when the board member wanted it on the agenda. They usually went on there. So
Okay.
usually.
So I think for Trustee Tarpley and Dennis, this is not intended to bring up a bad wound, but Trustee Tarpley, when I got on the board president was the only one that put anything on the agenda. And back in those days, we had some pretty rocky meetings.
Okay.
And I remember clearly when President Henderson said to me, it will not go on the agenda. And the next thing we knew, we were on the Daily Press. Because if I couldn't get on the agenda, we had to take it another way. So we then, as time went on, the board tended to work. When I became president in 2014, December, the first thing I said was, I believe that all trustees are equal. We are all elected. We might have a different title, big deal. And my example was this. If you wanted to, in December of 2014, say, I want to put on the agenda of January 2015, that every student at VVC should get a bag of weed, then you should have the right to put it on the agenda, although it would obviously not get anywhere. The idea was, if you as a trustee have something you think is important, this was the time that we did, and we all agreed. And from that point, we really haven't used it until tonight. But the idea was that every trustee was equal. And if you had some, then at the end of the meeting, you just say, hey, I'd like to put some on the agenda, and the board president put it on. No matter, it didn't have anything to do with the board president deciding, that we just automatically put it on.
Okay,
for it.
that's just the first I've ever heard of that. I took the
It's
words
an old rule,
on the
sorry.
agenda
I will send you-
verbatim
I will send to all the board the legal opinion.
on what we're allowed to
Have your own
say.
interpretation. No.
In these- in this-
Legal has put together, and I'll send it to you. You guys can all have the same.
And Dr. Wald, maybe this paragraph, and we talked about this years ago, maybe should be just reworded a little bit, because what Trustee Tarpley.
Can we? I mean, is that something that we just make up, or is it? Because like we always, like, for as long as I've been here,
Yeah.
almost nobody does what that little direction says. It's
Except for
like,
Jen, 'cause
we
she's
wish
the-
people a happy Thanksgiving, and we do whatever, and right, and on, and like, and you're the only person that's ever like, oh, I did this training, I did that training. I'm like, well, look
I
at
mean,
her
that's what I
following the rules.
prepared for tonight. So now I feel kind of dumb because I don't have an
No,
agenda.
no,
item.
No,
If you
we're
want-
pleased that you're doing it. I mean,
If you want things on the agenda, you can email Dan. You don't have to do it right now. You can email Dan, CC me, say, I want these things. What you cannot do is CC the whole board.
Right.
Because then it's the like serial meeting problem.
All right.
If any of you say you want something on the board agenda, I'm going to talk to the board president, because that's the process.
Okay.
Right, and it'll make the agenda, like,
I can't imagine not.
or you can do it. You can
Okay.
do it at the end of this meeting, something that you want on the next meeting.
No, it's not even, never mind.
You wanna-
Joe did email, and it would have been on the agenda, but then I was emailing him going, I don't understand
What you want
what you want, like,
is what I'm gathering.
it's a job that's done and reported on. But then tonight he said in the email, I'll explain it at the meeting. And then he did, and then there you go. Now
Okay,
it's just-
moving on.
Can you remind me? I have to pick it up. I know I have it somewhere.
Okay, moving on. So February 18th, I attended the CCLC Courageous Leadership webinar on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It was a webinar. It was amazing. Yesterday, the CCLC Women's Caucus had their monthly meeting in which Lieutenant Governor Eleni, I can't even see anymore. My eyes are so blurry. Kounalakis, sorry, was the keynote speaker. of which the Women's Caucus, I'm on the steering committee and on the membership committee for the CCLC Women's Caucus. Also, just for fun, I took a course on racism in America and aced it. So just wanted to let you guys know. And then I also wanted to encourage my fellow board members to be just like me and go to a class.
Wait, just like who?
Just like me.
And?
Go to a class.
And?
Oh, and
just like-
Brandon.
Thank you.
I
just
guilted
like
one of you.
And me.
So I sent you all right, through Michelle, I sent you all an email about the new,
Wait, and you're already signed up too.
are you? 3, 2 more.
Dang, dude.
You can go in your sweatpants. It's on March 15th. It's effective boardmanship seminar put on by the SBCSS. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. And it's effective communication for successful governance team, which that's us. So I highly recommend that we go, and we can wear sweatpants because it's on a Zoom. So please email Michelle tomorrow that you would like her to register.
I will not be there. I have a conflict that night. Sorry. But I want to say one thing. I applaud you for doing what you're doing. And some of us have done what you've done, and I really applaud you. There are some people that don't do it, and
I
we've,
remember when you used to say like, there's not enough training, and now here she comes and you're like,
no, but you know what?
too much
But
training.
you know, Brandon, you know what it says? Once she's taken it really seriously, that,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that,
no.
and it's,
I follow the rules.
no. Oh, yeah.
Tell me the rules. Okay. You don't, you
It's
can
not
do
your
whatever
birthday
you want.
yet. There's still more cake.
But I
All right.
like the fact that she says you can do it in your pajamas. you
Oh,
know?
it's your birthday that night.
They tell us in all the president trainings.
Don't do that.
The board members are going somewhere, you gotta go.
You don't have to go.
Oh, you don't have to go to that.
You don't have to go.
You're welcome. You're excused.
at home and have no glass of wine.
That's right. And sweatpants on, I'm there.
Are you good?
I'm so,
Good.
so beyond there.
All right, Dennis, commit right now to signing up. To this online training. Come on, man. She like guilt tripped me into it, so I'm gonna shame you into it. I don't know how Sharon got signed
I'm going
up.
to second the motion for Dennis. I'm going to second the motion. Do we have a vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
All right, your
Aye.
report.
We just
your-
voted, Dennis.
That's your free, it's your free talk time, but
Even Sharon voted
it's
for it.
your
My time to talk.
comment time, yeah.
Yeah.
Have a great, what's it, St. Patty's Day.
All right,
Good night.
Sharon,
It's
we're not all the way around.
Yeah, I have a little bit to say.
Yeah, no, go
Okay.
on, like,
So one thing I
let
wanted to
Sharon-
talk about the.
Dennis,
Hey, Dennis, I'm
we're-
still talking.
Shannon.
No, Sharon gets to speak.
Call her Shannon.
You just saw me.
I'll call Shannon. I just called you Shannon, like I was Shannon, who's probably
Thank you,
still on the video. If anybody's still on, they're getting a show now. Please,
Shannon's
Yes,
not,
sir.
I don't think she's on anymore.
take control.
I wanted to say that I really like the It Takes a Village. I think that's a wonderful
Oh, yes.
thing with the homeless. John and I have dealt with homeless people before, and you can't learn if you don't know where your next place is gonna be, so. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was, or to tell you about is, John and I, we watch a lot of biographies and that, and this is Women's History Month. So anyways, I was gonna tell you about this little lady who didn't have more than a third year of formal education. She was an abolitionist. She stood up against the federal government and even President Lincoln to oppose the Fugitive Slave Act, which required runaway slaves from the South to be returned to their rightful owners. And her vision, she had a vision of treating every human as though they were the son and daughter of God himself. And she would be the beginnings of a worldwide religion, which is Seventh-day Adventist. And also, if you know Loma Linda Medical Center, she was the one, the university in that, she's the one who went there back in 56 or something like that. It was called Mound City at the time. We purchased it, I say we, I wasn't there, but as an Adventist, they purchased that. And now we have this huge just from her, who had just a third grade education,
Wow.
who made this huge purchase. Ellen White. Ellen White, yes. She's what you would call a prophetess of our religion. Yeah, and so they purchased it, and as you can see, it's become a one of the largest healthcare in the, well, basically in the world, one of the largest.
Yeah,
They're
it's
all
huge.
over.
Saved my son's life.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And they've done so much in the world. I mean, I was listening the other day where they have a lot of off-campus studying, like in Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, you name it, they're there. And also they have one of the largest healthcare here in California, which is Advent Healthcare. So this all started from her.
That's amazing.
And so basically Ellen White nurtured a culture of equity, diversity, and inclusion long before it was politically correct. So she's kind of like my hero. So, that's it. Thank you.
That was worth the wait.
Yeah, that was fitting for Women's History Month as well. Fit right in.
I love that. Thank you, trustee Pinkerton. I have nothing. I'm
Nobody
good.
wants to follow that.
No, I can't follow that up. Are you kidding me?
Right, and I'm passing on mine. It's too late. Nobody cares anyway.
Same.
Motion to adjourn by Brady, second by Lee. All in favor? Aye. Didn't you say second? I thought you said second. Yeah.